And start this. It's going to take me 1 second here. I just want to verify that we've actually got audio coming off of the source that I wanted to hear. So, might hear a little bit of an echo for a minute, but we're south of Stevens Point right now. Location's in the top left of the stream there. As you guys know. Looks like it's coming off the right source, I think. I'll go ahead and start this. It's going to take me 1 second. Alright, well that'll work for now anyway.
With that said, we'll try to remain in maintenance mode unless things are getting slippery or packed on. And at that time, we'll have to give everything a shot.
I'm going to go up here to the Quick Trip. If you look at Radar Omega, we're streaming there also, obviously, but I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing snow, because if you look at radar, we should be in some moderate snowfall here, but nothing's coming down at all. I mean, shit, I'm doing 80 miles an hour, there's nothing on the road other than the passing lane there. There should be a heavy swath of snow or a heavy band that sets up here. I was originally just going to go to Wausau, but I don't know if we're going to have to go that far north or what. But original plan was to go to Wausau and then drive to Green Bay on Highway 24 and just make a loop. I really think that that Highway 24 area is going to get the most snow. It's been snowing for a little while already this morning. Yeah, a cop was just checking to see if I had the storm chasing license on board. So. Yeah, oh yeah, we'll talk about that dumbass senator and that crock of shit bill they're trying to push here in a little bit. You just give it a minute here. Good question. I have a right to say that. Government doesn't need to stick its dirty little hands in everything. I tell you what, it's ridiculous. They'll give a rat's ass if it's women's rights, men's rights, gay rights, storm chasers rights. I don't give a shit what it is. The government can govern without sticking their disgusting, nasty ass little hands in everything. If that offends anybody, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter what it is, they can stay the hell out of it. It's just like fishing licenses. Like, my God, $30 to fucking fish? Are you kidding me? What a crock of shit. Oh, it's to control the blah, blah, blah. You know what? You know how many people fish without a license? Me? Well, I don't know how to fish, but the one time I fished, I didn't have a license. Oh my God. What a badass. Cry me a river. Oh, you canceled for that, I'm sure. Well, Beth, it's not constitutional. But apparently the redneck senator that's trying to push it doesn't understand what the Constitution is, which honestly surprises me, but whatever. I'm not pulling over for Val Castro and his stupid Channel 9 truck. I'm sorry. It's not happening. You're going to have to arrest me. If anybody's offended by that, you probably just don't know the backstory, but it's not happening. Well, Julie, you're right. There's really not a point to this bill. There's not a point to any of this. And everything that representative spewed on that podcast the other night was a crock of crap. And let me tell you why. I'm not an attorney, but we've talked to a couple of us got together and talked to some attorneys. Number one, Oklahoma and that senator's going to get their ass sued if they push this through. But number two, the problem is this guy gets on this podcast and spewed all this stuff about it. Oh, it's being rewritten. Where is the new bill then? Where's the text? Where is it? Oh, it's being rewritten. Okay. All right, politician. First and last time. I've never heard that before. I don't give a crap what party you're on. I've always been told not to trust the politicians. And here's the deal: when you deal with anything legal, it's in writing. And to sit there and be like, "Oh no, yeah, I know that's in the bill, and I know that's wrong, but it's going to be changed." Nope. Change it, and then we'll talk. Because right now you're trying to push through authorizing Val Castro and his buddies to run red and blue lights and push everybody off the damn road. But you're not going to allow EMS or first responders and or storm chasers to do the same. I'm not going to pull over when I'm en route to somewhere I know I can help for Val Castro to go get his live stream for Channel 9. Just because somebody's got a camera does not mean that they've got a priority to anybody on the road. I would argue that, maybe storm chasers that are actually trained and equipped to help should have priority on the road. Absolutely. But you can't put that into a bill or a law because it's just going to cause chaos. And it's one of those things where you break the rules when you need to break the rules, and any storm chaser who's a first responder and is a professional knows when the rules are meant to be broken, when the speed limit's meant to be exceeded, when that double yellow line's meant to be ignored. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason to have a law for it. And I think that that guy's barking up the wrong tree, and I think there's a lot of lobbyists from Oklahoma television news trying to be relevant because they're scared of people like Ryan Hall. They want to have a leg up because that's their competition is Ryan Hall, and I think they're scared of him. I think they're huddled up in a corner, scared of a redneck hillbilly sitting in his office chair in Kentucky. No offense to him, that's what he calls himself. But I mean, really, like, come on, Oklahoma news channels, get your shit together. We'll talk about that again. Here in a little bit. The rep looked like he had his eyes closed. You know what, Julie? I got canceled, and I about freaking let loose on it, but I got canceled from their live stream chat because I called out that he had a really unprofessional appearance. Well, I'm sorry, folks. Like, I don't give a shit if you're wearing a ball cap and a t-shirt. I don't care. You can be the president of America and wear that. I don't care. But you sit up straight. When you're an elected official or anybody in charge of anything, trying to plead your case or answering to your constituents, you sit up straight. You don't sit there all slouched over your bed or wherever you is. I'm sorry, that just disgusted me. Like, you're I don't care. It doesn't matter if you're an elected official or you're just presenting, but they literally taught me that in like middle school. When you give a presentation, you sit up or stand up, but you sit up. You don't slouch over the damn camera like a box of bricks. Good Lord, that's what bothered me. That's honest. And maybe I'm just an asshole, but whatever. I guess I just have higher expectations of all of us, whatever. Oh yeah, they are scared of Ryan Hall because that's where their viewers go. And I'm not a subscriber to the Ryan Hall channel by any means, but I think it's kind of funny that you've got a redneck YouTuber in Kentucky scaring the shit out of these corrupt media channels. It's like, wow, that's nice. Something, isn't it? And for anybody that's upset that we're going into political talk already, you got to understand, this is a serious issue, and I've been asked to talk about this immediately upon start of this live stream by several folks in the chasing community, for good reason. We need gas. I hope I didn't. Where is? I thought that Quick Trip was at the 151, but maybe not. I think it is at the Highway 10. All right, we got 10 miles to empty and 4 miles to go. We should be good. But yeah, folks, so anyway, now that we got everybody's attention, we're driving into, well, we've got winter storm warnings, well, not for here, but for the county north of here, up by Wausau. It's starting to snow. You can see there's more snow on the road the farther north we go. We're live on all of our platforms here, and of course, Radar Omega as well. I don't have the ability to put radar on screen right now. Actually, you know what? I might. Hold on a second. Alright, well that's just our low resolution preview there, but that is Radar Omega. If you want that in more detail, just go ahead and look in the Radar Omega app. You can find the live stream there too, of course. That's the best I can do. I can't share my my tablet screen today. I'm actually streaming with something different. But you can see that most of the snow is basically from us all the way over to the east toward Green Bay. That's where the heaviest snow is. Does limit, it does open the door for other states to do stupid stuff. Yes, absolutely. And that's why we've got to stop this, you know. All I'm going to say, folks, for the time being, you've got, you know, I've done this for 10 years. I've done this as a job for 6, but I've been doing this 10 years. Collectively as a whole, storm chasers have been chasing since the 70s. We had, you know, we've got the backing of, you know, Warren Fadley. Anybody who doesn't know Warren, he was the first storm chaser to make a living on anything. Opposes this. He's also an EMT firefighter. Reed hates it. He thinks it's a crock of shit. You know, and I understand that Reed doesn't have like a public safety background, but he's been doing this long enough. His opinion matters. The three of us oppose it. I see a bunch of other YouTube streamers that are like, oh, it's just to get people into disaster zones. No, it is not. It is not. The government starts by limiting your ability in small doses. Today it's, oh, you need a storm chaser license to get your special lights and to go through a closed road. And tomorrow it's, oh, we're going to close all the roads because there's a tornado watch and it's safer. And unless you're a storm chaser, you can't be on the road. You know what, folks? You just watch. It's exactly what'll happen. It's exactly what'll happen. Been chasing since the 70s, folks. We don't need no storm chasing license. That's a crock of crap. Yeah, I hate that we have to talk about it so much, but we have to because we got to reach the people of Oklahoma so they can tell their senators are full of garbage. I couldn't believe to see that it was a Republican senator that's sponsoring this. That really disgusts me. Because typically, and I'm not going to make this left versus right, but typically the stereotype is, you know, Republican, smaller government, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't think storm chasing license is making the government smaller, so that's all I got to say about that. But nope, they're going to listen to the TV chasers. They chase, what, 5 days a year? Don't listen to us professionals that actually do this, you know, 200 days out of the year. Oh, no, just listen to the TV chasers. That's their methodology on this. And that's the argument that I've been bringing up, Warren's been bringing up. I don't know why I'm stopped for that green light. Reed's brought it up. You know, why are we letting the lobbyists be these TV chasers when we've got actual professional chasers out here that do this for a living? Ah, shit, I gotta turn here. That's all I'm gonna say, folks. Yeah, we badly need fuel. I am like out of gas. Yeah, I think we'll continue north and probably go up to Wausau and then take Highway 29 east, I think. Alright, I need to get a pump somewhere that I don't have to walk so far to get inside because I'm kind of cold. I'll take the live stream and don't worry, but it's freaking cold out here, guys. It's like 19 degrees. Yeah, we got 4 miles to empty. Nice. Alright, price of gas is $2.89. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'll take you guys in, but let me get the damn pump started first. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Well, that's fine. That's not gonna work. Alright. Come on. Hang on. Or drinks, I shouldn't say fuel. Christ. For shit's sakes.
Yeah, and that wind, like we were traveling, we went to the Dells when it was that really windy.
Oh my god, it was
day.
terrible.
Yeah, there was like complete, like where we had to like almost stop, like we were blinded. But yeah, well at least it's clean now because it like turned totally brown.
Yes.
That's,
Did you say Victoria's Foot? Your rewards card.
Yeah, I'll put the phone number in.
Do you want a bag?
No thanks.
Oh.
There.
Do you have a rewards card?
Yeah, I gotta do the other cards. I don't have a pin on that one.
Sure. 655. Do you want a bag?
Yes, please. There we go.
And your receipts. Have a good rest of your
All right, you too.
Yep. Thank you.
Your turn.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, I gotta just get you switch back over here. Hang on. Trying something a little bit new system here. I don't know if that's gonna switch over automatically or not. Yep. It's that easy. Yeah, I'm trying a new system here that might make my workflow easier and also allow us to do some cool stuff. In the future. So just trying to, number one, make sure it's going to work for me, and I think it is, but number two, also kind of learn how to use it. You also notice we've got new graphics on stream. Those are automatic, so they automatically change based on the weather alert and everything. I've had that set as like a little pop-up in the corner, but people were complaining that it was blocking too much of the screen, which I guess is valid. So kind of found a compromise. Oh great, the sandwich is like rock hard. That's fantastic. Great. Alright, well. Just a quick reminder to everybody, this could be a really, really lame snowstorm. Because I kind of get a feeling that it's going to underperform. But maybe not, so we'll find out together, I guess. Thanks for joining, everybody. All right, get back on the highway. I'm looking at old radar data. Whoops. Yeah, I think I want to head up to Wausau, and then maybe go east toward Green Bay. Sandwich sucks. Oh my god, this might be the worst sandwich I've ever had. Like, it's rock hard, so I'm trying to like peel off the hard parts of the bun. Kind of disappointed here. more snow up here. It's been snowing since like 2 or 3 a.m. up here, though. I definitely wouldn't have drove out for this if it wasn't 2 hours from home, that's for sure. I mean, snowfall rates should get kind of intense here, I think, in the next couple of hours, but this should be done by like mid-afternoon, though. It's an early start, but it's also an early end. Definitely shook the can here. Now it's about to blow up in my face. It's great. But no, I'm trying I'm reinventing the wheel with the live stream. I don't like what I have to live stream, and if anybody rode with me, you guys would understand why I can't stand it. Like, it's too much. It takes a lot of the fun out of it, equipment-wise. I've got too much equipment in this damn car. There's too many things that can fail, too many things that break, and it's annoying to have to deal with so many, fluid pieces all the time, if that makes sense. So, in an ideal world, all I would have to do is put a phone in the windshield and stream from a phone. The problem is the phones get hot. You cannot do that for very long. My Galaxy S20, my Samsung S24 Ultra will work pretty well, even in direct sunlight in the windshield, as long as you're not at too high of a bit rate. So if you keep it at like 720 and like 3,500 kilobits per second and using H.265 like HEVC, it's usually fine. But the problem is when you're running a phone, you're on one connection. There's some ways you can bond a couple connections, but still, it's not the same as having multi-carriers and everything. But right now my encoder does not, the reason I run this big ass encoder in here is because it doesn't overheat. It's got a fan, a heat sink, etc. But it's just so much stuff to turn on and everything. So some software developers and myself have been working for a long time to develop some streaming apps and tools. So I'm not going to give everything away right now, because that one kid from Wisconsin that literally rips off everything that I do, and I mean like intentionally rips it off, because like he'll copy my graphics, my logos and all that, but is running an iOS device, because iOS devices handle thermals better. Android devices, even the high-end ones, they tend to overheat. But the iPhones do have the thermals under control better, especially the iPhone 16 Pro Max, because it's so big, it's got a big heat, the whole thing is a heat sink. And then you can actually keep that out of sight. So that basically becomes your remote switcher. So you've got a preview, your chat is on it, you know, you can mute, unmute, change cameras, whatever. As long as you keep that out of the windshield, like on a mount on the dash or something, it doesn't overheat. So that's fine. We can actually do link aggregation from that device and bond multiple carriers just like the LiveView does. Okay, that checks that box. I'm actually testing out right now some different cameras, like what's in the windshield right now. Some different cameras that feed into that, specifically cameras that don't overheat and they're wireless. They just need a power connection, so just USB-C, which is no problem. I don't have to run a bunch of HDMI cables and stuff all over Tim butt too, you know. So it's like, it works out. But the problem is the roof camera, there's no way to bring that into the system, so I need to basically figure out my next project. I have to take, I tried it with a Raspberry Pi, but the Raspberry Pi doesn't have enough compute power, believe it or not, to do it. It's just, it overloads it. But I think I'm going to get the Radxa, RADXA, however you say that, the Rock 5 or whatever, which is like a knockoff. It's a similar concept to the Raspberry Pi, like the tiny computer that runs Linux, but it's got a GPU, which is graphics processor and a faster processor altogether. So I think I'm going to get one of those and then figure out a way to HDMI capture off of the roof camera, and then convert that into SRT, and then or possibly RTC, probably RTC, so it's lower latent. Something into some sort of a low latency stream, and then basically inject that or be able to capture that onto the iOS device that's running the switcher, the switcher type stuff. So the whole idea is basically replacing all the HDMI cables and SDI cables with wireless. Which I know you'd be like, well, that's more stuff that can break. You're right, it is, but if you do it properly, it should be more robust, because HDMI cables are so fragile. I'm replacing them all the time. That also gives the ability of, it's just easier, you know, you get up, you get out of the car, you don't have to take 5 to 15 minutes to switch over to the freaking phone camera. You just grab the device and switch it over to the built-in camera, like I did going into Quick Trip there. So that's the plan, and that's why I'm kind of working with this right now, because there's a lot of custom shit that goes into it. It's not easy, and I strive for quality, so you guys know that the stream rarely goes down. Like, there's rarely dead zones. Like, basically it's just not going to get any better than it is. You know, we run 4 LTE connections and a Starlink, well, I guess 5, and Starlink. I mean, it's not going to get any better than it is. But a lot of, and you know, I get called arrogant for saying this, but I don't think it's called arrogant. I think, like, I'm kind of a leader in this IRL streaming industry, so they have a right to say this. But I notice a lot of other folks, whether they're IRL streaming or Storm Chase streaming, they don't focus on the quality of the stream. It's just, oh, let's put the cheapest camera in the windshield and call it good. And honestly, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, people will still watch that, and that's fine. But I don't like that. I want, you know, nice quality, low latency. You know, our latency from camera lens to YouTube, you know, give or take a little bit based on your connection. But from my camera lens to YouTube on the other side is like 3.5 seconds. Like, we are super low latent. You know, because if a tornado's crossing the road, you want to see it as close to real time as possible. I know a lot of people are running systems that run higher latency. You know, they're running, you know, 30 to 60 seconds of latency, and I don't like that. I like a smoother stream, a higher quality stream, higher quality audio. I know the audio right now, I know it sounds like I'm probably talking a long ways away from the camera. That's just because I don't have an external mic set up on this yet. I've actually got an external mic I'm going to be testing here in a minute. But that's why, so I know I'm kind of a hypocrite on that. But, you know, I basically, you know, want as good a quality as we can get, and that's why I like to use, you know, high efficiency video instead of H.264. There's a lot of folks. This is where we get it. We're going to do tech talk here, I guess, for a while, but This is where I'm not a big fan of these storm chaser brokers. I'm not. I don't care if it's Severe Studios, SCV, or whatever they are, LSM. I don't like them, guys. I don't like them. Because they get their clients contractually locked into using their streaming services, and they're using RTMP H.264. Who the hell uses RTMP anymore? It's 2025, and it really harms a lot of these chasers. If anybody's live streaming RTMP from the field, it just ain't gonna work. It's the problem is with the different RTMP, for those of you that don't know, is a protocol for streaming. It's real-time messaging protocol. I think that's what it stands for, and it supports H.264, and it's relatively low latent. It's 2 to 5 seconds depending on your settings, but it has no sort of error correction. So basically what that means is the receiver. So when you're streaming, you have to have something to receive your stream, whether it's YouTube, another server, OBS, a Raspberry Pi, I don't care what it is. You have to stream somewhere. Well, wherever you're streaming to is receiving that RTMP, but it's just the RTMP streamer, or your car, your encoder, whether it's your phone, your camera, your OBS, your live view, whatever. It's just blasting out RTMP. It's just shooting it out. It doesn't care if the receiver is receiving it. It doesn't care if it's being decoded. It doesn't matter. It's very low quality. If you're on a stable connection in a studio, that's fine. But when you're out here and you cannot predict the quality of the network, if you're using RTMP and you're just blasting out these data packets, and most likely they're not all being received. They're probably not being received in order. It's not good. It don't work. If you don't believe me, go back to some of my first live streams I ever did. It don't work, especially when you're running a higher bit rate. A lot of these brokers are recommending their streamers run 750 kilobits per second at 720p. What? Google it. H.264 720p 30 FPS requires basically 3,000 kilobits per second, preferably 4, 5, or 6,000 kilobits per second. 750? Are you freaking kidding me? No wonder it looks like shit. I mean, and these guys are holding their streamers back. That's why I recommend you always being an independent live streamer. I'm pushing that this year. Go be an independent storm chaser. Don't rely on all these third parties. Come on. I don't do it. I'm living proof. Most of the pros out, in fact, all the pros. Reed don't do it. I don't do it. You don't need it. And that's why. But here's the deal, folks. RTMP is crap. SRT and WebRTC and RIST, those are good protocols. I'm just using SRT as an example. SRT is Secure Reliable Transport. It's actually a file transfer protocol, but it works for live streaming. It has error correction, and it also has some forward error correction, but the way it works is when the receiver knows that it's receiving an SRT stream, and it knows to look for basically checksums or making sure the packets are in order. So let's say you send video packets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And obviously this is happening way faster than this, but the SRT receiver knows that it needs to receive, packets 1 through 10. Well, if it doesn't receive packets 1 through 10, let's say it's missing packet, which is just a chunk of data. Let's say it's missing packet 5 and 7. Well, it's going to transmit back to the streamer or the encoder, the streaming device, say, hey, I missed packets 5 and 7. And as long as the encoder or the streamer has time, it'll resend those packets. And if it happens fast enough, which it usually does, you've got like that 2 seconds that this can happen in. As long as it can happen fast enough, it's like it never even missed them. With RTMP, it's just missing them. And that's really important on these low-quality cell phone networks and Starlink, because you're always switching, you're going under overpasses, that you have something that allows some error correction. I don't care if it's WebRTC, SRT, RIST, it doesn't matter. RTMP is crap. RTMP is only useful in a studio setting. Now, I use RTMP, well, I actually just stopped using it. I use RTC now to go to YouTube, but I used to use RTMP to go from the server to YouTube, because that's a stable connection. So, but being out here in the field, you can't use RTMP. Right now, folks, I'm pushing 1080p at 7,500 kilobits per second. You know, with SRT and H.265, we can go down as low as like 500 kilobits a second and still push a video, but you just can't use the RTMP. And, you know, that's why I always get confused, you know, with these Storm Chaser summits and stuff. They always bring in these people that talk about live streaming, and they're people that live stream once a year. Oh, you just put your RTMP key in. Yeah, that's not how it works. But long story short, that's the complex process that I'm trying to simplify here. And the number one problem is not the technology, it's the thermals. You know, the devices overheat. They just can't handle the heat of being in the car and encoding. So that's why we got to go a little bit out of the box here to get shit figured out. And that's why there's so much engineering that goes into this. Your super chats, especially your PayPal contributions, folks, especially those, because there's not a chunk taken out of those for commission on YouTube. But this is where your money goes, folks. Like buying all this crap, because I have to buy all this crap, test it, and if it doesn't work, it just sits in the corner, you know. But what I want to do, folks, is add more cameras, allow them to be basically just wirelessly transmitting all the time, and the streamer, the encoder, just picks up on it. So if you just want to grab, let's say, the action camera off the dash, you just grab it and you go walk around with it. You've got probably a 300-foot range around the car before it disconnects. And that's fine, that's all we need. If you're going to go farther than that 300 feet, then you just come in here and you grab the device, the phone, and you just switch it to the built-in camera, and you just unplug it from USB and you just go walk around with it. Yeah, you're going to lose some of your connections, but you'll still keep enough of them to go walk around. And then my next thing is that I'm trying to work on, folks, is I'm considering an external Wi-Fi antenna, a 5 gig antenna with some gain, and having a dedicated network for these devices, and seeing if we can maybe get a long range, basically Wi-Fi extension of these devices. So it's kind of like, you know, an HDMI transmitter, but over Wi-Fi, and see if we could actually get it to penetrate and get, you know, I don't know what my power limits are on 5 gig Wi-Fi, but I think I can, with like DDWRT and stuff and some routers, I think I can actually get up to 2 watts transmit, I think. If I can get 2 watts transmit on an external antenna with some gain outside of the car, folks, we can walk into the gas station, the hotel all day long and stay connected to the car, so we don't even have to remove the streaming encoder out of the car. So I'm going to start live streaming some of this stuff. Folks, I just bought my first computer for the longest time. I know you're probably going to shit a brick me saying that, but guys, I haven't owned a good computer for years. Seriously, I've done everything that I can do on an iPad Pro. Every year I get a new iPad Pro. You know, I got the iPad Pro 1 terabyte M4 processor, the big one. My God, guys, I do all my video editing on there. Final Cut, everything. It works great. Those things are fantastic. But they're not very good for doing like studio stuff. Like I could live stream from one, but it's not as good as a laptop. If you could actually run Mac OS on the iPad Pro, my God, it'd be great. But I actually broke down and bought. Somebody's gonna laugh. Oh, you do all this stuff and you bought this? Yeah, I bought it. I bought last year's model MacBook Air. No joke. So I've had MacBook Pros and stuff in the past, but I actually traded in my MacBook Pro M2 Max or whatever it was to actually get my iPad Pro M4. But excuse me, the reason I bought the MacBook Air M2, which is last year's model, is because Costco. Don't even get me started on this freaking place. I'm gonna go into it here. You just wait. Just give me a minute. Trust me. But we're walking around in Costco and they got the M2, 512 gigabyte, 16 gigabyte RAM, which is a big deal if any of you know about MacBook anything, for $800, and it was like a one-day only thing. So I'm like, well, screw that, I'm buying it. Hell yeah. That's last year's model. If I was to go buy the M3 base model, and I don't know if the M3, if the base model is 8 or 16 gigs of RAM, I don't know, but I think it's $1095 is the price, I think. But either way, the problem, folks, the difference between the M2 and the M3 processor is so small, it doesn't matter. Guys, I started editing 5K video off a GoPro in Final Cut on this MacBook Air, and it's just fine. It doesn't go into thermal overprotection or anything like that. It's fine. It's fine. And if it wasn't fine, I would just take it back and go buy the MacBook Pro. M3 Max or whatever we're on. Because I need a good computer at this point. But anyway, so what I'm getting at, the problem with MacBook Airs is people go buy the base model. They buy 8 gigabytes of RAM. It's not enough on these. If you've got the Pro, you've got a fan, you've got active cooling, you probably could get away with the 8 gigabytes of RAM. But on the Air, where thermals are stressed, everything's a little bit stressed because you don't have active cooling and shit, you need to go to 16 gigabytes because you can't. I've had the 8 gigabyte MacBook Air before. It's crap. But if you get the 16 gigabytes of RAM, it's plenty. Like I said, guys, I was editing 5K video in Final Cut with an external 4K monitor and a bunch of shit open in the background. And it never had an issue. And I was doing this for like 6 hours. Never had a problem. The keyboard didn't even get hot. It's fine. And the reason I want the Air over the Pro is because it is lighter. The battery does last a little bit longer doing what I'm doing. And that's important because I literally need to open it up at a Love's and make, you know, a radar graphic or something and post it to social media. I need something light and, you know, not chunky, if that makes sense. So I have that now. So what I think I'm going to do is start doing some more live streams from home. Like I think maybe tomorrow would be a good one to do it. Live stream some of the building of some of these devices and maybe the programming. And, you know, it's everything that I have runs on Linux. You know, it's all Linux and Unix stuff. You know, I know there's an audience with interest in that. You know, we can kind of go into how to SSH into something like this and start running command lines to make this shit work and cussing at the computer and stuff. So yeah, 32 gigs on a PC is fine. But I tell you what, guys, if you've never run a Mac, they're just better with the system on a chip. And the M series is so good with everything being on one chip. GPU, CPU, all that. But Mac is really good at handling RAM. I would not get a PC with less than 32 gigs myself either. So I agree with you guys on that. You know, the computer that I'm building, and I think I'm going to put the parts on the Amazon list, but the computer that I'm going to build to host the stream, it's going to have 64 gigs of RAM. You know, so trust me, folks, I am not for under-speccing a computer, but when it comes to a portable computer that'll still do everything I need, oh fuck yeah, I'll get M2 with 16 gigs of RAM, shit, yeah. But anyway, so the Costco membership. So Nikki really wanted to go to Costco, and I'm just like, oh, for Christ's sakes, like, whatever. We'll go to Costco, so we go in there, and the only good thing about that damn place is the freaking cookie. That cookie was great. We're coming up to Wausau here. We're gonna get off on 29. But the cookie was good, but so we go to sign up for memberships, and it's $65 a year, or it's like $130. And I'm like, I just want the $65 membership. And we're sitting there arguing with this damn sales lady, and she's like, oh, but you get cash back and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I don't want a credit card. $65 membership, please. Are you sure? Because I think you need the executive, you know, $130 membership. I'm just like, ma'am, $65 membership, please. So Nikki goes to have the kid take a piss. You know, she goes to take the kid to, I'm not going to get off at this exit. We'll take the next one in Wausau. So kid goes take a piss or shit, whatever the hell the kid goes to do. And I'm sitting there, and she goes, well, now that your wife is gone, are you sure you don't want the executive membership? Because she would really like the cash back. And I just went, ma'am, no. $65 membership, please. She's like, but you get cash back. And I'm like, I don't want the credit card. So I'm just like, man, my credit score is like a 450, which it's not. But I'm just like, I don't pay any of my bills. I just filed bankruptcy, which is a lie. But I just gave her a crock of shit, and the manager comes over, and I think he could tell that I was getting frustrated. So the little manager dude walks over, eating his like walking taco, which was kind of funny. And she's just like going off about, oh, but you need this and need that. And I'm just like, so what's the point if I don't want a credit card and the cash back was for the credit card? You know, why do I need this, whatever? And then she's like, well, you need to sign up with the app. You know, and you get that with the exclusive membership, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, but if the app is the same as the website and everybody can go on that, why don't I just go on the website? And I told the manager, I'm like, isn't that a crock of shit that you're using the fact that I can download an app and get a badge next to my name on the app when I can just go to the public website and get the same information? And he's like, yeah, it's a fucking crock of shit, ain't it? I'm like, yeah, no shit. Like, I think he was sick for it. Like, I get she was just trying to get her commission, but I said so many times, I don't want that. I don't want that. Like, the kid is screaming and crying at this point. I'm like, we're leaving. Give me the membership. So we go walk around or whatever. And it's okay. It's a cult. I'm not into this Costco thing, but some of the deals are good, so I'll give them that. But yeah, I had my first Costco experience. My God, what a freaking, yeah. She wanted to take my picture, and so I didn't have. I didn't think I had my driver's license on me, and they were just weird too. So I didn't think I had my driver's license on me because I thought I took it out to take a picture of it to sign up for something. But I have my one of my state. I have several other IDs. You know, like I've got a CCW ID, like you know, a gun permit for Wisconsin, Arizona, Utah. I've got all these permits in my wallet. Well, I figured, well, Wisconsin will work, but that don't have a photo on it. And I'm like, well, I've got an ID. Well, I need a photo ID. I'm like, oh my God, this is Costco. I can use that weapons permit to basically do anything I want. You know, I got pulled over once and I didn't have my driver's license on me, and I gave the cop basically my gun permit. And I'm like, so am I going to get a ticket for not having my license? He's like, no, this is an ID. This is fine. Like, for shit's sakes, like, that piece of plastic's good enough for the government, but it's not good enough for Costco. I'm like, holy shit, you need a freaking NSA like level 65,000 clearance to get into this place. Holy shit! Like, I didn't realize what a secret organization that was. My God, being a smartass, it's a joke. If anybody's offended by this, calm down. But I couldn't believe that. I'm like, my God, this is freaking like, what the hell actually goes on in here? Sam's Club was better. I don't know. I've never been to one of these, you know, membership to shop places before in my life. It's definitely a new experience for me. Oh, you can add your DL to your Apple Wallet. Yeah, and they're like 5 states. I think Mississippi does. I think there's a couple of states. There are a couple that are allowing that. I think it's great. I know that there was some pushback by people where they're like, I don't want my ID in my digital wallet, blah, blah, blah. For fuck's sakes. You know how handy that is? My insurance card's in there. I understand you could argue, well, what if you lose your phone? Okay, well, what if you lose your license? You know what I'm saying? I've lost my driver's license so many times I can't count. I went 2 years without having a physical driver's license. Seriously. And that was that period where I got pulled over. So I told the cop, like, I don't have a driver's license. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's at home or what. Like, I could probably find it, but it's been gone so long, but I have this. Oh, it's fine. I mean, yeah, you can get a ticket for not having your license on you, but most, I would say 99% of cops don't get paid enough to hassle you about shit. And honestly, name and date of birth, you can get when it's, I don't know if NCIC auto generates it, but state DMV records, and I don't know how it works intra and infra-state, but I know like in Wisconsin, you put that in, you can get a driver's license photo in like 2 seconds. So, but, you know, name and date of birth is enough, unless you're a criminal, you know. Identifying by name and date of birth is a verbal ID is almost always acceptable. I don't know. I drive all over this country, folks. I've never run into an absolute dickhead cop except that window tint guy. we've got a lot of law enforcement that are channel members on here, and we've even had the discussion on live stream with them in chat where, you know, a lot of this stuff, you know, it's these minor violations aren't even violations. The only time they're violations is if the driver is doing something really shady or they're an absolute douche, which at that point, fair. I won't say who, but it's kind of funny. We'll see if he pops in chat. He's probably watching. But we're in Wausau now, folks. But it's kind of funny. We've actually got a channel member that is YouTube famous because one of those police auditors went and audited a library or something and got kicked out by security, and the cops showed up, and our friend, the sheriff's deputy, I actually got his patch in the car right over here on the dash. Thanks for that, by the way. It's kind of funny because he the body camera, he basically, the security guard that kicked this lady out for filming, which she can do, it's, you know, constitutional right, he basically put the security guard in his place, and the First Amendment audit, that audit the audit YouTube channel, I'm sure some of you watch it, was like, wow, this cop gets an A+, and you know most of those cops don't get A+. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's one of our channel members. I thought that was so funny because that popped up on my YouTube feed, my homepage, like 6 months ago, and I'm like, this guy looks familiar. I'm like, what? Because I've met him, you know, we've run into him before. Super nice guy. His wife's really nice too. And me and Nikki met him in Texas a couple years ago. And Reed was with, and he came running up to us and introduced himself. Super nice guy. But it was kind of funny because I'm like, this guy looks familiar. I'm like, why does this guy look familiar? And then I looked at the sheriff's department on the side of the car, and I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. I'm like, I know who that is. That's why it looks familiar. So I guess YouTube was like mind reading or something, but that's kind of why I think that Oklahoma Bill 158 is such a crock of shit, because one of the lobbyists are saying, well, we need rights to get in there and get it, you know, we need rights as storm chasers because the cops are hassling us. The cops aren't hassling. Guys, I never had problems with the cops. Even in Perry, Florida, when Jordan Hall and all those kids started all that shit saying the cops were arresting everybody, they were damn polite to me. You guys witnessed it on live stream. I even had Keenan with. I mean, he could attest to it. They were super nice. And then even the stream after it, or the stream before, the hurricane before or after, whatever, even that, you know, where I pulled over to talk to the cops, and they're like, the guy came up to my window, and I said, well, hey, sorry for, you know, making you get out in the rain. How many of you fuckers do I have to tell you fucking can't be out here? And I went, whoa, hold on a minute. I said, what are you talking about? And I said, this isn't a traffic stop, is it? He's like, no, you waved me down. And I'm like, okay. Like, well, I'm sorry. I said, I was going to turn around and pull up to your car. Are you stopping? Yeah, you are. I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry you're out in the rain, but I don't know what you're talking about. And he looks down at my truck and he goes, we didn't just talk to you, did we? I'm like, no, what are you talking about? And he's like, hold on a second. And then his supervisor came over, this old dude, and he's like, what the fuck's the problem? Because, like, he just saw this young kid just lighting me up. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I literally, like, I was unbuckling my seatbelt as this little turd was talking to me. Like, I was fixing to get out and kind of square up to this guy. Like, he was pissed me off. I don't give a shit. Yeah, he's a sheriff's deputy, but it's not a traffic stop. I'll get out and freaking square up to your ass, dog. Dude, you pissed me off. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. It's like, excuse me? So I'm starting to get out of the car. And I ended up getting out of the car and talking to him. I'm like, well, I said, I'm like, well, if you're going to stand out here in the rain, I guess I'll stand out with you. And we're talking, and the supervisor's there, and he's like, well, hold on a second. He's like, you are different. And I'm like, well, what's the problem? He goes, there's a bunch of snot-nosed kids down there at Keaton Beach. I've told them to leave because they're not media, they're not nothing. They're just on YouTube. He goes, they're no different than anybody else out here. They shouldn't be out here. They're not supposed to be out here. I told them to leave. Then they go down, you know, and this wasn't just one person, this was several. He's like, and then they go down to the gas station, think that we're not watching what they're doing, then they turn around and come back in the parking lot. He goes, it's disrespectful as shit. And I'm like, well, I'm like, did they tell you they were leaving? He said, yeah, they said they were leaving, all of them, and none of them leave. I'm like, well, that's that's kind of ridiculous. And he's like, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. And he's going off, and the supervisor's like, so he's like, well, what do you do? Are you different? And I'm like, well, yes. Like, I have a YouTube channel, but we're actually, like, we have an audience. We're not just out here running around. Like, we're out here for a purpose and everything. And he's got his phone out, and he's, like, typing my website in. And, yeah, he pulls it up. And, you know, when you go to my website, it immediately hits you in the face with this, like, looping video of, like, 90 seconds worth of close-range tornadoes. And he's like, oh, my God. And he turns his phone around. He's like, holy shit, is this you? And I'm like, yeah. He's just like, oh my God, this is great. He's like, hold on a second. He like goes and walks back over to his car. And the cop that was giving me shit, that was giving me a hard time, he's like, well, do you have your driver's license? And as the supervisor's walking away, he goes, you don't need his driver's license. And I'm like, oh shit, you're in trouble, dude. But the cop that was being an asshole to me did apologize. He's like, you know, I'm sorry. You know, I thought you were, you know, with those people. He's like, we weren't going to pull you over anyway, but you stopped and flagged us down. He goes, I just assumed. I'm like, well, that's fine, but I think that kind of taught him a lesson to not assume. But, you know, even when those cops were giving other people shit, you know, we never had problems. He flat out told me, he's like, you can go down, he's like, you can go down there. He goes, we're not going to kick you out because we're out of here. He goes, we're not dealing with it. But you're not supposed to be down there. He goes, just know that, but we're not going to do anything about it because we can't. I'm like, okay. Like, well, I'm probably going to go down there then. He's like, that's fine. He goes, but I would not recommend going the way that we came. He's like, if you want to go the way that we came, it's like, you know, high water and all this. He's like, go down to the county line and cross in what, Steinhatchee or whatever it was. He's like, cross over the bridge and come up from that side. I'm like, okay. And he goes, the only thing I ask, he goes, just wait like 30 to 90 seconds for us to get down the road. And as soon as we're down the road, we're not coming back. Do whatever you're going to do. He goes, because if I don't see it, not my problem. I'm like, okay. So I don't understand why these lobbyists are saying, oh, the storm chasers always have problems with the police. We need rights. We don't. No, we don't. We never have problems with the police. I mean, for shit's sakes, like, I don't know why everybody thinks the cops give a shit about what they're doing. The cops don't give a shit. If you're speeding and you get pulled over, you get a ticket. And then you either pay it or you fight it in court. Like, the cops don't pull you over for chasing. If you get pulled over for speeding, you tell the cop, hey, this is why I was speeding. And then you say, I'll take the ticket, but for the love of God, I need to get going. I'll take the ticket. I won't give you a hard time. Just give me the ticket. And they never give you the ticket. I got pulled over for doing like 30 over in Kansas once. Before I was live streaming. I was chasing. It was before I live streamed. I didn't realize, it was one of those areas where the speed limit dropped down super fast and you don't, like, if you're not paying attention, you didn't know. It went from like 75 to 45 because there was an intersection. I just blew through it like 75. I got pulled over, and you know, I had an unmarked vehicle at the time, and he's just like standing there, he's looking at all my shit, and he's like, you're either a storm chaser or you're a lunatic. And I'm like, well, I'm probably both. Why? And he's like, well, people with all these antennas and shit, usually they're either nuts or they're storm chasers. I'm like, no, I'm chasing storms. And he's like, okay, well, where are you going? And I'm like, well, honestly, right now, nowhere. I'm just late. He's like, well, it's 45 back there. I'm like, oh, yeah, I blew through that at like 80 miles an hour. He's like, oh, no, 77. And I'm like, well, do I lose my license for that or pay the ticket or what? And he's just like standing there, like staring at me like deer in the headlights. I said, I'll be honest with you. I'll take whatever ticket you want to get, but I got to freaking go. And he's like, okay, do you have insurance? And I showed him my insurance card, and he just looks at me and goes, get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, thanks. Like, we don't have problems with the police. I got pulled over while live streaming for doing like 20 over, not realizing I was doing 20 over, but there was hail behind us. I get pulled over in Texas. We were in a dead zone though, but I get pulled over, and cop comes up to me and he's looking at the car. It's when I had my Taurus with the Ghost graphics on it. Couldn't really, you know, read the side of it because it was reflective and stuff, but he was looking at it. He pulls out his flashlight, shines it at the car, and he's like, well, it's either good or bad that you're here. And I said, well, I was driving fast because there's big ass hail back there. And I said, before we do anything, I said, I know this might be a lot to ask, but is there any way you could shut all of your lights off? Because in a few minutes, all of the people that are basically my competition that are live streaming are going to drive by here. They're going to record me and think that I'm in some sort of big trouble, and they're going to try to cancel me on the internet. And he's like, hang on a second. And then he starts walking back to the car, and he's like, just walk back here. So I walk back to his car with him. He shuts all of his lights off. And he sits down in his seat, and he's looking at me. He's like, why the fuck are you driving so fast? I'm like, there's giant hail back there. I'm not kidding. He's like, well, should we be sitting here? And I'm like, no. He's like, well, how long do we got? I'm like, I don't know, probably 5 minutes. And he's like, okay, well, that sounds like a pretty good reason to be doing 20 over. He's like, have a good day. I'm like, okay. And he goes, by the way, there's another cop sitting down the road. So just slow down when you pass him. I'm like, okay. It's like, you know, it's just, I'm just proving my point, guys. Oh, these storm chasers, you know, they're always having problems with the police. We need storm chasers' rights. No, we don't. We never have problems with the police. They don't care. They don't, because they realize, oh, hey, that person's doing their job. You know, it's called professional courtesy. When you're doing your job, as long as you're driving your vehicle with due regard, you know, with concern for the safety of everybody else on the road, you're not going to get bothered. Period. And if you do, just take a ticket and move on. Who gives a shit? That's why I just don't understand that argument. But Warren Fadley, the OG storm chaser, brings up a good point. Screw this storm chasing bill. Why doesn't, if Oklahoma's so worried about it, then they just need to get a media bill that allows the press the same rights as in California. Freedom of the press is a constitutional right, I get that, but in California, in these ICs and everything, when there's incidents like these wildfires, there has to be, by law, like places for the media to go and report from. Pass a bill like that. If you're worried about storm chasers' rights, pass a media bill where it says, hey, you have to establish and allow these people into these areas, and you have to establish a place for them to go. Just do that. You know? Because I'm going to tell you one thing, folks. I've got more lights on my car than Castro does, and I've got more equipment on this vehicle, on all my vehicles, than probably any storm chaser does when it comes to emergency lighting. Trust me, I would absolutely love to, you know, and I could do this. I would absolutely love to hit a button and switch them from amber red green to amber red blue and tell everybody to get the hell out of my way. But here's the problem. Where do you draw the line? There's nothing to govern that. There's just not. I'll stick to, hey, if there's an emergency, like a tornado hit a town, or you've got somebody calling you on the radio, which has happened several times, hey, get up here, I need help, we got somebody seriously injured, and you're 3, 4, 5 miles away and there's a line of traffic, I'll just stick to putting my lights on, getting in the left lane, and just getting around them and getting canceled on the internet later. I'll just stick to that because it's worked so long. You know, emergency lights do not, you know, red, blue lights do not get people out of your way. They give you the right to go around people, but they don't magically move the cars out of the way. When there's 55 cars per mile of road on a back road, those red and blue lights ain't gonna do shit. You're better off turning them off. And I'm dead serious, folks. When we would get on a crowded interstate or a bunch of cars, or a perfect example, coming up to an intersection where you've got a red light and there's a bunch of cars sitting there and you've got the red light, you just shut all the lights off. Shut the siren off, shut the lights off. You sit and wait. Ambulance, fire truck, cop car, don't care what it is, you just sit and wait. Because if you go up approach with all those cars with your lights and everything on, people are either going to A, blow the red light to get out of your way and then cause a wreck or a bigger clusterfuck, or you're just going to sit there and look like an idiot. You don't want to do either, and it's just going to slow everything down. You just turn them off and wait. Sometimes a faster response is acting as gray man and basically just shutting your shit off and getting in the left lane and hauling ass. Sometimes the faster response is putting your lights on and people will move. Here's the deal. Most storm chasers, when they see someone coming up, even if it's just amber and red lights, amber, red, white, they see that behind them, most of them will be like, okay, that guy is hauling ass. He's got lights on. I'm just going to let him by me. Most of the time. And if that's not the case, then you just go around him. And if that means you pass on a double yellow, as long as there's no oncoming traffic and it's safe to do so, then I guess that's what happens. And if someone wants to cancel me for that, fine. I dare you to try, because I used to certify emergency vehicle operators. It was my job. So I think I'm qualified to talk about what's safe and what's not, but it's just silly to think that they want to make news stations the priority on the road just so they can get a video. I would argue that you need to make first responders who are storm chasers priority. But even then, I don't care if I hit the button to make my lights red and blue or not. Most of the time I wouldn't want them red and blue because it's going to, people hit the brakes. It's when there's a lot of cars, lights and sirens do not get you there faster. They don't. The only time lights and sirens get you anywhere faster is getting the priority to go at stoplights, red lights, stop signs, etc. That's where you save time. Well, so does speeding, but you don't need lights and sirens to speed. You know, we would take, it was pretty standard for us, technically illegal, but it was pretty standard for us with the ambulance. You know, if it was the middle of the night, we wouldn't run lights and sirens through town, but we'd probably be doing 15, 20 over the speed limit through town because there's no cars on the road. But you put all the lights on and shit, it's not necessary, you know? I'll never forget, I was going to a very serious car accident. I had my F-150, I had my Whelen Liberty, my double stack, you know, with the 2 layers. Whelen Liberty light bar was red, white on the front and red, amber on the back. The thing was sweet. And I had a Dominator 8 stick in the front. I mean, I had all sorts of lights on this thing. You know, lights and siren all the way through town. The second I hit the 4-lane bypass, there weren't many cars on it. Just shut them off. I was still doing 20, 30 over the speed limit. Just shut them off. Like, why? It just causes unnecessary chaos. So why do we need to have storm chasers who aren't emergency vehicle operators? Not all of them. You know, some of them are. Most of them aren't. Why are we just going to give them all willy-nilly these emergency privileges when they probably don't even know how to operate it? They're just going to drive around with their fucking lights and sirens on all fucking day. It's a conflict of interest. Oh, hey, I can put my lights and sirens on and get more views. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Yeah, we're going to take this county road down to Highway 29 and head toward Green Bay. I just want to take some rural roads here. But if you guys don't follow Warren Fadley, go look him up on Twitter or YouTube. He's providing a lot of updates about this Senate bill. And a lot of respect for Warren. Like I said, he's the OG storm chaser. He was basically the first storm chaser to really make a career out of this. And honestly, he's very, very good at what he does, and I would highly recommend looking him up for this stuff. His wife's a lawyer, so that's where a lot of the breakdowns and stuff are coming from, so that works out really well. But yeah, so we'll take Highway 29 over toward the Green Bay here, where it's probably snowing a little heavier now. And we'll just stay. It is snowing. I know it doesn't look like it really on camera, but it's such fine flakes. But I just wanted to check out these county roads. Yeah, honestly, guys, I really didn't want to come out today, but we don't have a choice. Like, we haven't streamed for so long. I mean, my God, we got to pay the bills somehow. Holy shit. Not good. Plus, I can test out my stuff here. One of the projects we're going to be doing, too, actually, no, I'm not going to announce that because somebody's going to beat me to it. We'll just save that for later. How is the stream quality? I know the audio is okay. It sounds like I'm far away from the mic. That's because I am working on that. But, like, how's the picture quality? Is it alright? And what do you guys think of the graphics? So, previously, the graphics, the video was full screen and the graphics were on top of the video, so it covered up the video. Now, the graphics are full screen and they don't cover up the video. You know, the video is shrunk down just a little bit. It's not cropped. It is not cropped. It's just shrunk down a little bit. That way you can still have all the graphics, all the data, but it doesn't cover up the video and it doesn't make it that much smaller. I thought that would be a good compromise. So a lot of people say they don't like the radar over top. They don't like the gold bar over the top. They don't like the scroll being on top. All that stuff. It was hard to read too. They don't like the weather alert being on top, so now we've got it like this. I think this is pretty good. I like this setup. Pretty happy about this. I think it's a good compromise. If you guys are watching on a TV, let me know how it looks. But yeah, the graphics are automated. That was a system I came up with a long time ago, but just kind of finally implemented it. I thought about actually selling the service for the alert graphics and everything, because we do some cool stuff too. So when it gets dark out, we actually, what's awesome is the stream's automatically going to go into night mode. So like the white text on the graphics, all that stuff gets darkened, so it's not so in your face. But we do all sorts of cool shit too. So like I don't have it enabled right now because I haven't tested it. But once I test it, at the top of every top and bottom of every hour, the goal bar and the location will actually disappear for a few minutes, and it'll scroll all the super chats we've had so far, and then scroll the channel members and stuff like that. And we've actually got the ability on here also to I can highlight parts of the chat now if I want, or highlight certain users. We can do a lot with this, and it's all browser based, so you could literally run this on any system. And I thought about selling this to live streamers. I have an app on your phone that just takes your GPS data and then gets the location, the weather alert, the time, and all that. All sorts of cool stuff. When there's no active alerts, the background color will actually be representative of the current conditions. So like if it's raining, as long as there's no active alert, so when we have an active weather alert like a winter storm warning like this, it changes to the different colors. But like if it's raining, it'll show like rain in the background, and like if it's lightning, storming out, there'll be like lightning behind the video. It's pretty cool, and it's all done in the cloud. And I thought about selling it as a service to other streamers, but probably easily charge $100 a month for it. But I don't want to do it because I'm afraid it's just going to turn into people are going to think that I'm profiting off shit. It's like, fuck it, I'll just keep it to myself. But a lot of freaking development in that, folks. A lot of development. Finally got it figured out. A pain in the ass, let me tell you. Super chats on the meower. Yeah. Next intersection. Oh, we got it. We're gonna give this guy some room. He's fishtailing all over hell here. I think he's rear wheel drive. Alright, now we can go by him. Oh, hey, we could try out, let's try out the wide angle lens. You wanna see something cool? Ah, fuck. Where'd it go? There. You guys want to see something neat? Tell me if this makes a difference. Oh shit! I can't reach.
You can show us en route. That's 35 metro.
Does that make a little bit of a difference? Does it look wider now? A little bit wider, not a lot. I think you'll notice that more when we're out looking at storms, like looking up. But Yeah, I got a bunch of little like lens attachments that like stick to the front of this camera lens. It's freaking cool. They're magnetic, and they're like actually magnetic. Like they don't fall off. Like you can shake it, beat it up, they don't fall off. They're really good. But I got a bunch of like lens attachments. So we got that one to make it a little bit wider of a lens. I've got ND filters. We got polarizers. Pretty cool, honestly. That was a really neat. And I found that by accident, and I'm like, oh, I better buy these. See if they're any good. And they are pretty good. Pretty cool. Probably noticed the picture is really smooth also. We don't really have a lot of shake. I don't know if anybody caught this. If anybody can guess, I would be surprised. But I don't know. Some people might be able to guess what camera we're using. But you probably might be able to tell, though, for when we take the corners, how the camera corrects. It's definitely not electronic. That is definitely physical stabilization. Yeah, I still have the camcorder in here if we have to zoom in. I just have to switch over to it. Alright, so we'll head toward the Green Bay here and probably get into some heavier snow on the way. God dang, stay on your side of the road. What the hell am I doing here? Oh yeah. All right. Well, now that we're going straight here, I'm gonna try out the mic. If this works, then we're set here. See if it connects for us here. There's a way. There we go. There's our mic audio. You have to let me know if that's any better. It's not a GoPro. I could guess. Probably gonna hear an echo because I'm gonna monitor this for a second. I want to hear how it sounds. Oh yeah. All right. Well, now that we're going straight here, I'm gonna mute you for 1 second so you don't get. There's our mic audio. You have to let me know if that's any better. Yeah, that's much better. So, the whole reason I don't like wireless mics is because the batteries. I can get about 5 to 6 hours out of this wireless mic, but this pairs seamlessly to this camera. So to switch over, so if I need to switch to the other one, I just turn this off, turn the other one on, it instantly pairs. So it's not like the Rode or the DJI mics or anything where you have to sit there and go through a pairing process every time. So this might be a solution. You know, I could just clip it to the visor like it is right now. I could even wear it, which I don't like to wear it because then every time I take a drink of water you hear it. But I don't know, let me know how that sounds right now. It might actually be a little bit too loud. I might monitor the audio again here for a second. It might be a little too loud, but I'll have to adjust it. Process every time. So this might be a solution. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. You like the road noise? That is the first time I've seen that comment. Usually people in chat are like, oh my god, the road noise. Yeah, this is a really high quality mic. I'm super happy with this. But you get what you pay for, guys, and I hate that. You know, I've come to realize, like, you got to spend a bunch of money when it comes to this stuff to get something that's worth it. But this is worth it. And I got 2 of these, and they charge in like 20 minutes of charge gets me 5 to 6 hours out of one of these. So, and I've got a little charging case. So I just grab it when, you know, after a couple of hours, this thing actually tells me it's got a low battery. This starts beeping, which is a feature, and I'm not going to say what it is right now because I don't want people copying everything I do, but this thing I had to buy it out of Canada, believe it or not, because there are no retailers in the U.S., but it did clear customs, so that's good. But this actually beeps at me when it's got a low battery, so if I forget to swap the mic, but it's got a battery indicator on it in form of LED, so if when it gets yellow, I'll just grab it, throw it in the case, grab the other one, you know. The reason I couldn't use the DJI mics or the Rode mics is because there was really no battery indication, but you had to pair them all the time. You had, like, you turn one off, you'd have to sit there and repair it. You don't have time for that. If you're intercepting a tornado, you don't have time to Bluetooth pair a mic. But these pair seamlessly with some custom Linux code, anyway, seamlessly to the encoder. And literally, you just turn it on. And it uses, I thought I was about using LoRa, but it's actually using Bluetooth, but it seamlessly pairs. Just turn it on, and it immediately, like within a second, it's connected. I've never had it fail in my testing. So for me, this is okay, because you're never going to get better than really 6 hours battery on a wireless mic. But it's okay if switching it is literally just me grabbing it, putting it in the case, grabbing the other one. Oh, and mind you, they turn off on their own when you put them in the case, and they turn on automatically and pair right away. So, I mean, I can wear it. I try not to wear it, but I just clip it to the visor, and it's great. I've used shotgun mics and stuff up on the camera, but they just don't... You can't have them mounted on the camera because they take up too much space on the windshield. Plus, I'm not very happy with them in the car. They pick up a lot of noise from the back. Like, if anything, and I mean anything, rattles around in the back. Like, you could hear a pin drop in the back of the car. They're two directional almost. So yeah, that's what I think about that. I'm not very happy with them in the car. I muted you for a second so I could hear the audio.
200-554 sloping Meadow Road, Thomas Spencer cross Meadow Road in a dead end. 87-year-old female party showing confusion. She's been sick for a while, vomiting, diarrhea, and is weak. Caller's not on scene, but is en route. There, 831 Second Street.
Well, Bill, most of those windshields were accidental. Was it 2023? I did like 7 windshields that year, and I wasn't even trying. I was trying to avoid the hail. I was apparently just not making good decisions. Like, I was trying to avoid the hail that year, and we just kept destroying windshields. Most of those were accidents. There was one where I knew it was going to get destroyed. But the other 6 were... I wasn't even trying. Couldn't believe it. Oh! You want to see a... Oh, never mind. I can't do that. But yeah, see, I could seamlessly switch to the hand cam. Oh, what the hell that was. And then back. So we could still do the hand cam. The roof camera, I have to work on getting the roof camera patched into the system. We can do it. It's just going to take a little bit of customization, but we'll get her done. Still have the roof camera, just got to get her done.
There's a black cap over here. Which direction are you going next? Did you go up the house? Yes. You're on Q and Junction? Okay. Well, I guess you could jump across, High Point, and then up over it. Point time. I didn't get over there. Do we want to push that back? That way I'm kind of in that corner, so I mean I can catch it. I'll just hit it with the truck. Miles to the grader,
The roads are in okay shape. You guys got to remember, this is Wisconsin. Unless you're getting at least like 20 inches of snow, nobody cares.
Oh, well then.
Like, and I truly mean that. And I know I think my audio is a little too loud with this. I will adjust it. It's just too close to my face. I might have to move it, but. Beth, I cannot answer that comment about the ads because that would be against community guidelines, but seriously, for me, not for you. But no, it doesn't really matter. So I honestly wouldn't worry about them. But I appreciate you asking, though. I appreciate the willingness to do that. But anyway. Dead serious, folks. Like, people in Wisconsin, like, we don't care unless it's like 20 inches of snow. So there's not going to be like panic or accidents all over. It just doesn't happen. Like, Wisconsin honestly is, and I'm not trying to like single out other states, but in Wisconsin, people honestly do drive really well in the snow. We are going to get into some heavier snow over by Green Bay. Don't worry. We will get into some better chasing areas. I need to get a hold of Aiden. Something for him. No, there's really not anybody on the road anyway, but it's Saturday, so it's pretty early. It's, 8:30 in the morning here, Central Time. Way earlier than I'm used to live streaming. Thoughts on the upcoming storm through Kansas? Good question. I have no idea. I haven't looked at it. But I do know that the Weather Service has started messaging about it. They've started talking about it, so it's probably a thing. So maybe it'd be in Kansas City, like what is it, Tuesday, Wednesday? Dylan, you probably, Dylan asked, right? Yeah, Dylan, you probably know more about it than I do, honestly. But if that is that what, Tuesday, Wednesday? I'm sure we'll be there for it. I mean, there's nothing else going in. Believe it or not, folks, I don't make any money when I'm sitting on my ass at home. In fact, I'm losing money usually because that's when I start doing all this experimentation and live streaming stuff, and that's when I blow money. It's like, oh yeah, well, better go to Best Buy and buy a $400 camera or a $700, computer or graphics card to test this out, only to go home and be like, well, this sucks, it's broken, or this doesn't work. We'll put that over in the spare pile. That's usually when that type stuff happens, and it eventually gets used like 10 years from then. Like, sometimes I'll go into I have a big tote full of like components that I bought to test for projects, and they don't work for it, but I'll find a use for them. Like, otherwise, I've got 2 GoPro 10s in a box from a project I tried to start a year and a half ago, and it didn't work out. So it's like, well, I guess if I need, you know what I mean? I could return the stuff, but by the time I put it in the box, like, I'll use it someday. But so no, it's contrary to popular belief. I make zero money, and I'm no good at paying bills when I'm sitting on my ass at home. So the more that I live stream, the better. I mean, I know that's a weird concept. I'm joking, but so like, I need to be out doing stuff to make money. So I hope to God there is something in I hope, I hope we get like Hang on a second. I hit a button. That's the wrong camera. I'm sorry, I screwed something up. Hang on. This ain't right. Oh, what the frick. Hang on a second. Sorry. This is my bad. Did that fix it? We good now? That's the problem about testing all this stuff. I don't have anything mounted where it needs to go. And that kind of causes a problem where you bump something and then it all comes undone. Sorry. Yep, screwed that up royally. That may happen again. If that happens again, then see, folks, the way I'm testing this, I have to run. I have a little like encoder, like relay device in here that runs on one of those Rock 5Bs, and I don't have, which is basically a little computer board similar to a Raspberry Pi. I do not have a heat sink, and I do not have a fan on it. It gets hot. And then you gotta reboot it, and that's what happened. So if that happens again, we'll just switch back to the live view because I've confirmed that this works. I do have a heat sink and a fan built into a case for it, but I just, for testing purposes, I don't have that installed, so I can, move jumper wires around and stuff. So it finally got a little hot, so I had held it out the window for a minute to cool it down. So sorry, but once this is finally built, which I think after today I'm going to finalize this and put the system into production here, it'll be fine, because I'll have that heat sink and the fan on it. It's just I didn't think to put it in the cooler case or the cooling case. Sorry about that. And then I went to just override it with the phone camera, and then I ended it. But yeah, you get what I was saying. But yeah. The same cell coverage for the coverage that Jordan Love has for receiver coverage in Green Bay. That's actually kind of funny. I feel like there was a lot of thought that went into that. Ah, shit, there's a plow up here. All right, well, we're not getting through that lane. That guy thinks he is, though. This dude needs to turn his lights on, though. Pete's sakes. Need some sort of AI that reads license plate numbers, and when you drive by somebody without their lights on in bad weather, it looks them up on Facebook or something and puts their Facebook profile on screen. Thoughts on Waffle House putting a surcharge on eggs? That's actually a good question, Matt. I don't know. I don't know if I can ever hate on Waffle House, but I get what. If you want an honest answer, I know that was like a funny question, but if you want an honest answer, like, I get it. I really do. I think most places have put a surcharge on these like egg products. Like even where we went yesterday for breakfast had a 50-cent charge on eggs. I get it. I mean, you got to pass the cost off to the consumer because the supplies are more expensive. So I get it. I really do. I can't believe that eggs, of all the things that are screwed up in our world right now, it's eggs. Every day, breaking news, eggs. Freaking CNN, the egg prices went up. Fox News, the egg prices went up. We had an airplane crash in like Alaska or something, and they pretty much interrupted that breaking news with more important breaking news of the egg prices. Like, I get it. It is a problem. Like, I totally understand. Like, the price of groceries is ridiculous, and it's not even... Politics play into it a little bit, yes. But what plays into it more is, like, the actual logistics of this stuff. I mean, there's other reasons besides Trump or Biden. The internet seems to think that Trump and or Biden, like, just set the price of eggs. I mean, indirectly in a way, but, like, I mean, they influence, maybe, but the whole egg thing, like, isn't it just kind of a crazy thing that we deal with? Like, we've been through so much in the past 5 years, from COVID, well, hell, even the past 10, Ebola. You guys remember the Ebola scare? Bird flu. Well, I guess we're back to bird flu now. Swine flu or H1N1, whatever the hell was what. Like, we always have these, like, crazy things that happen. But 2025 is airplane crashes and eggs. Yep. The last couple of years was COVID, but now we've moved on. We're up to airplane crashes and eggs. Egg prices. But honestly, guys, like, this is going to sound very, very privileged of me, and I don't mean it to sound that way, but I don't even care. I really don't care what the price of eggs are. The reason, like, for me, we spend so much damn money on groceries anyway. Like, I just don't care. You know, it ends up being all the same. It's like, well, instead of being, 79 cents like they used to be, they're $4. Well, whatever, They're $4 and everything else in the cart is $4 more now. We go and we buy 3 bags of groceries and it's like $200, it seems. It's crazy. I mean, obviously, yeah, it needs to, prices need to go down, but like, we're kind of at that point where I feel like a lot of consumers are just like, yeah, whatever, it's expensive, I expected this, so kind of sucks. Yeah, so there's an honest answer for you about the eggs. I think if more people would give honest answers like that on social media, maybe we'd be in a better place, because everybody's just like, Trump jacked up the egg prices. No, I don't think Trump screwed up the egg price. What I thought was funny, and I don't mean to get into politics here, but we had all these people that were bitching, oh, Biden, the eggs are expensive because of Biden. 3 days into the Trump presidency. The eggs are expensive, it's Trump's fault. Okay, which is it? Is it Biden's fault or Trump's fault? Because we're 3 days in here. Like, this is stupid. Like, just find the problem and solve the problem. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's eggs, people. If we actually do live in a simulation, I'm convinced that there is some asshole out there behind the keyboard running the simulation that is laughing their ass off. Hey, let's spawn an egg crisis. They're sitting there rock, paper, scissoring somebody. Hey, what do you think we should cause for a crisis for the human race this year? Eggs. Yeah. For shit's sakes, people, like. Yeah, we have chickens too, but they're kind of useless. They don't lay much for eggs. Gas is $2.64. Yeah, gas is a little bit expensive in Wisconsin right now. It was, what, $2.89 back there? But if you go down to southern Wisconsin, with the exception of Madison and Janesville, it's like $3.15 for gas. It's ridiculous, but it's always expensive. But if you go into Madison, it's like $2.69. You know, my Diamond membership card did not get me into Costco. I'm pretty pissed, Bill. Maybe I'll start flaunting that. I'm a Costco member too. You drive a Jetta 40 or 45 miles a gallon. Yeah, exactly. You know, when I drove my Fusion storm chasing and I got 35 miles a gallon, I didn't give a rat's ass about gas either. I'll never forget. It's when gas started going up right before COVID. Right before it crashed. You know how it went high? It went to like $4 a gallon, and then it crashed down to like $1.20, and then went back up. But I remember I was driving through Texas, and I saw $3.89 a gallon, and I remember thinking to myself, man, it sure is a good thing that I drive a little 4-cylinder car that gets 35 miles a gallon, because I really don't care. You know what happened 4 weeks later? I bought a car that got like 18 miles a gallon, and then I started to care. Yeah, I didn't care either. I don't blame you. Like when I had a car that got 30 plus miles a gallon, I mean I cared, but it didn't matter so much because you really didn't notice much of a difference. You know, it cost $40 to fill it up, but the damn thing goes for 450 miles. You know, you just don't, unless, you know, if you're just regular commuting, you fill it up like once every 10 days. It's like, whoop-de-doo. But I tell you what, folks, what's really gotten expensive lately has been tires. Tires have gotten expensive. Reminds me, I do need to rotate my tires. I'm due. We actually might live stream tomorrow too. Might do it because I think I need to do an oil change on this. Probably live stream that. I tell you what does really well on live streams is when I cuss at my car. I'm dead serious. We get more people watching when I'm cussing out my car than anything else. Tornado crossing the road, 200 viewers. You know, me cussing out my car, 5,000. Did I still chase during COVID? Oh yeah, COVID was just systems normal for me. COVID didn't affect me. I know this sounds stupid, but guys, I am such an introvert. I don't really I don't go out. I don't really do anything. So for me, COVID was just cheaper gas. You know, I never got sick, you know, but at the same time too, you know, I'm not a doctor, but if you want my honest opinion about COVID, I think COVID could have been damn near not a big deal if people would just have washed their hands occasionally. You know, I understand the mask debate and the 6-foot debate, but next time you're in a Walmart bathroom, maybe not so much for you women, but for you guys, next time you're in a Walmart bathroom, watch how many guys that come out of the stall from taking a crap walk right past the hand washing station. I'm dead serious. Now think about it, if they're not washing their hands after they've wiped their ass, you really think they're washing their hands or putting hand sanitizer on after they sneeze a bunch of snot into their hand? No. I will tell you though, guys, I had a bottle of hand sanitizer, and before I would use the gas pump, I would put the shit on, and then after I used it, I would put the stuff on. And my whole reasoning for that was, if I've got COVID on my hands, well, now I've killed it before I put it on the gas pump. And then if I got it from the gas pump, well, now I've killed it with hand sanitizer. I really think if people would have just got a bottle of hand sanitizer and actually used it, we probably wouldn't have got to the point where we did. Because a lot of people are like, oh, that was an engineered government conspiracy. And no, it wasn't. Because I did work in healthcare. COVID was a real thing. Absolutely. But I think a lot of it was blown out of proportion because people made it political. And then they started not wanting to take precautions because it was a political thing. All people had to do was freaking wash their damn hands and not sneeze on each other. But that was apparently asking too much of people. So, but you know, you guys want to know the best thing that came out of COVID? We can all agree on this. And I wish they would go back to this. You remember how they put those stickers on the floor at Walmart and they made each aisle was a one-way and you were supposed to only walk down in a certain way? You know how fantastic that was to just have one-way traffic in the aisles at Walmart? Oh my God, I wish we would go back to that. That was the best thing to come out of COVID. We 100% need to go back to that. But I tell you what, I didn't pay squat for gas during COVID. Gas was cheap. Yeah, I quit working on the ambulance full time right at the beginning of COVID. Literally right after Pence got up on the podium and was like, we got 15 days to slow the spread. Well, that's Donald Trump's voice, but it was the same thing. You know, you got 15 days to slow the spread, just wash your hands. And then, you know, before you knew it, we were on day, 800 of 15 days, so. But that's, I'm like, you know what, I'm done with this crap, because it scared me at first. Like, I don't want to be getting sick with all this stuff. I'm like, screw it, now is the time to get out. Yeah, if you're just joining, guys, pity me, hit the subscribe button. All right, Stephanie says she always washes her hands after taking a pee or taking a crap. All right. Everybody, please recognize Stephanie. We appreciate that. That was sarcasm, but also genuinely mean that. It is proof that there are reasonable humans on the internet. Thank you, Stephanie. Heck yes. I knew our audience washed their hands. Yeah, I might have had COVID too at one point. I just don't remember ever getting badly sick with it. There were a few times where I think I might have had it, but I never got like ill to the point where I couldn't do my job or anything. But I wouldn't expect to. I mean, typically COVID was really a problem for the folks that had a compromised immune system. I mean, not necessarily just them, but I'm young. I don't have a compromised immune system. Well, I kind of do. I've got thyroid problems, but it's not a huge deal. So it's like, well, I wasn't really a at-risk individual here. Now we're getting into some snow. Trees are pretty. Hold on. Oh, of course, now that I zoom in, we lost our trees. Wow, look at that. Quality trees. So that works too. Hang on. Gotta practice the features of this Because when there's a tornado on the ground, we need to make sure we know how to use it. Rail fan. My chat, alright. I think we got a couple of super chats in the past few minutes. My chat's not working right. It just doesn't seem to work very well split screen on iOS. I might have to try an Android tablet, like a Galaxy tablet, see if there's any better luck with that. Sometimes we put Vagisil on our windshield wipers to keep them from sticking. Are you being serious, or is that a joke? Because if you're being serious, I'd be interested to know why Vagisil specifically. Because I almost feel like that could have been a serious comment, not a joke. Folks, we're live streaming on X. Just found out my girlfriend's mom is pregnant, so it looks like I'm gonna be a dad. That's, well, I hope she's not your brother or your sister at the same time, because it sounds like that kind of thing going on there, man. You might want to get that checked out. Oh boy, this is eventful this morning, isn't it? Woohoo. We will get into some heavier snow soon. Remember, folks, you can watch on the Radar Omega app as well if you want to track the actual radar. Download that from App Store, Play Store. You can run it on PC or Mac and Linux as well, but I think most people are doing it on their devices. I need to get this HDMI adapter fixed so I can start sharing my screen again, so we can look at radar in the car. It's 9 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's 9:03 here. Shit, we got some interesting folks in the chat here today, don't we? Okay, the stiff neck comment's actually pretty funny. Not gonna lie. I feel like we've got a different group here, being Saturday morning. I mean, we've got our regulars in here, but I feel like we've got a new group in here. Yeah, I actually encourage the smart ass comments. obviously within reason, but you know, within limits. But yeah, I don't know. I've got a pretty dry sense of humor here, so. Winter storm warning has been issued. Yeah, the winter storm warning's been issued for a while. Ah, frick. Hang on. You hear an echo for a minute. The traffic's moving fine, as you can tell. Nothing in Oshkosh yet? Really? Well, Oshkosh, you're about to get snow. I'm a little delayed in the chat, sorry. It's coming. That's what she said. Spell Shawano. Is that JW? God, that guy's in a hurry. Wonder if he's got a storm chaser license. He must. Driving that fast. You can't wait to watch me custom my car. Fantastic. Sorry. Hold on 1 second, guys. That got screwed up again. Alright, how's that? Yeah, that's what I was talking about there, where we've got the that slight overheating issue, but like I said, that's going to be solved. I just have to get the this thing installed in the proper heat sink. You were married to a data hole once. Ouch. That sucks, Douglas. Sorry about that. Wow, I tell you what, if this is as intense as it's going to get, I don't know how long I'm going to put up with this, but... Jesus. Oh, boy. I honestly thought this was going to be a little bit more intense of a snowfall than it is, but that's okay. I think that might change here after a little while. But let me tell you guys, this is a good sign if this encoder can last this long before it has any sort of thermal issues. That's a very good sign. Without the heatsink on it. This is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of bored now, so. But that's alright, we're here, so see what happens. I don't really get too excited about winter storms in this area. Unless you're getting at least a foot of snow, because really nothing happens otherwise, you know. Hey, at least this guy's got his lights on. Good for him. Yeah, the visibility is going down. I mean, it's definitely not getting better. So the snow is definitely picking up here. Yeah, a couple of days ago, this was looking like it was going to be a big snowstorm for like Minneapolis, like, 10 to 20 inches, and now this is what we got. So it shows how the forecast definitely changes, We're going east right now on 29. Yeah, I think the forecast right now for this area is 6 to 9. So not a whole lot changed over here. Farther west, yeah. I don't know. I'm glad I came out for this though. Just it's something to do. You gotta keep doing stuff on the channel. Yeah. Anyway, basically from Wausau all the way to Green Bay, it's 6 to 8 inches now. So, but I really do think that it's gonna be done at a decent time. See, the winter storm warning goes for another 8 hours. Really, it goes until 8 p.m. That might get canceled early. About going around this guy. Alright, so I just held the encoder out the window because I think it's getting to the point where it's going to start getting hot, so I just held it out the window. Cool it down. Yeah, so this thing gets hot, but it's got a heat sink and a fan, but I don't have it on for testing. It's a little case, you put the board in there, you screw it down. Works really well. But you have to actually have it in there. I just didn't do that for testing purposes yet. But yeah, I need to do that. So I guess every couple of minutes I'll just hold it out the window. It's fine. Yeah, this new setup's working good. Really happy with this. Seeing all these pieces come together. See, the problem is with you know, testing all this stuff and all these video encoders is a lot of stuff will work this time of year, but when you get the direct sunlight beating down on this stuff, it just all overheats. That's why you gotta have stuff with active cooling. That's why you can't just put the phone in the dash. Should probably, I think I'll take this Highway 47 exit, get off this main highway, and maybe try some county roads, see if they're getting snow covered. Because these state highways are always going to be in good shape, you know. Definitely a heavier snowfall rate up here, though.
45, just east of the Eland corner, there's a car that's kind of in the road, stopped there with a flash. So if you let your firm know he's in a car, you get hit. He comes flying around the corner and he's right there. I don't know why he didn't get off the shoulder mark, but 10-4, I'll get a hold of Sheriff. He's in the lane of traffic, going for his car, so. So, what I gotta do?
God, get the sock out of your mouth, dude. Can't understand you. Wisconsin. Well, we've actually got, if you look at radar, this is actually heavier snow than up there. If we go farther north, the projected snowfall totals are actually lower. That's why we're not up there. Had a blizzard warning in the UP of Michigan the other day. 2 days ago? A day ago? Mostly blowing snow. It's snowing moderately. It's just you can't really tell on camera because the particles are so small, you know. Not really enough to screw with visibility though too much. Thank God this guy's exiting. Come on, buddy, if you're gonna go, go. There you go. 8-6. I think that was actually where I wanted to exit. Son of a crook. God damn it. That's alright, we'll go down to the next one. I just want to see what some of the county and township roads are like. Probably way more interesting than this. Should have an exit up here.
Over my second round. From shop here for a few minutes.
Alright, this should be our exit, interchange, whatever you want to call it. Intersection, I guess. Guess it's not really an exit. Oh shit, I might not be able to stop in time for that. Oh yeah, there we go. I thought it was up there a ways where that sign was. I didn't realize it was right here.
Bill, how much salt do you want down here?
Oh yeah, there's a good 3-4 inches of snow on this road. It's always important to, you know, get on some of the county and township roads when you're doing this kind of stuff, because it gives you a better feel for how much snow there actually is. Hold on, I gotta cool this down.
Back to O'Connell, I gotta switch them on. Four.
Alright, cooled that thing down. Figured we were due for that. Oh yeah, I love snow myself. I just don't like the cold that goes along with it. Where am I? I don't know. Somewhere northwest of Green Bay. Whatever city this is considered or town is at the top left of the live stream there. I don't know. Middle of nowhere, northwest of Green Bay. About 45 minutes northwest of there, I guess. Something like that. About the best I can do. Off of Highway 29.
And 20. Each lane.
Haze.
400 on the return. And fire. Go check out. 10-1.
Where the hell's... Oh, the road's way up there. Never mind. Yeah, this road probably hasn't seen a plow. It looks like it actually might have. At one point. Probably early this morning. It's been snowing up here a while, guys. Well, it's about as good of a stop as I can do. Yeah, the snowflakes are bigger now. We're also going slower. When you're going slower, the camera picks up on them more.
What do you want for salt down here, Bill? I think give your main ones 352.
Yeah, we've been in kind of a snow hole, like southern Wisconsin, Michigan, northern Illinois, eastern Iowa. So I feel that. I haven't really gotten much this winter. It's really weird. But these past few winters have been very mild when it comes to snow, though. Notice that. It's kind of weird. Especially this winter, my God. We might make up for it, though, in, like, March. Because sometimes we'll get these blizzards in, like, middle of March when you don't want them. That's when you're trying to think about spring, you know. You want your snow to be in, like, December, January, February. Not March. Anybody in this truck? Man, he's way down in there. Check this out. Oops. Way down in there. Nobody in there, though. Yeah, see, that's what you don't want to do. Just FYI. Cameras, Ricky? Your phone, honestly. Just a phone. I mean, if you don't want to dick around with camera equipment or buying a bunch of stuff, just a phone. iPhones are good. Otherwise, any high-end smartphone. You know, if you want to do time lapses and stuff, you know, you can do that on your phone. If you don't want to tie up your phone, you can always get another phone. Or GoPro. I mean, just go buy a GoPro. Actually, you know what? If I was going to buy an action camera, I wouldn't buy a GoPro. I'd buy a DJI, like the DJI Action 5 or whatever it is. Or the 4, whatever. Because they've got, like, built-in time-lapse modes, and they look pretty good. So, like, if you're not a photographer and you just want to take pictures and time-lapses and stuff, I'd probably go buy an action camera or a phone. GoPro is fine. I mean, you guys can go buy GoPro. It's just I prefer the DJI stuff over the GoPro. But either one's going to be fine. I don't know anything about the Insta360 stuff. I mean, I have an Insta360 X3 for a 360 camera, but I don't know anything about their action cameras. So. What about a drone? Honestly, guys, any drone is fine. You can go spend $4,000 on a drone, or you can go spend $700 on a drone, and the photo is going to be just about the damn same. See, a lot of folks think that it's the equipment. It's not the equipment. It's the composure. I can take an iPhone 5S from 12 years ago and take a better photo than my 16 Pro Max. If I compose it right. It's all about framing. I have a DJI. What is it? Air 3S, whatever the latest Mavic Air is. It's $900 or whatever. Works just fine. Photos are fine, video's fine. I would buy the DJI Air, because it's under 250 grams. It's 249, which is freaking hilarious. Seriously, it's 249 grams. It's under that 250 rule, which I think is absolutely hilarious. They did that on purpose. But it's under 250 grams. So it's exempt from remote ID, so the government doesn't know where your drone's at all the time. Which, the remote ID has its pros and cons. It's a good thing, but I don't think the FAA needs to know where my drone is every second of the day that it's in the air. That's just, I don't like that. So we just, we stick with the Air 2. I mean, I've got an old Mavic Pro. I've got a DJI Mavic Pro, the original Mavic Pro from like 2018 or 19. I still fly it. The camera's fine. The camera on that's not super great, especially in low light, but it's definitely pretty good. Like if I flew it right now, you probably wouldn't know the difference. It's just, I don't see the sense in spending $3,000-$4,000 on a drone that could fall out of the sky or get sucked into a tornado. I'll take my $1,000, Air, whatever it is, S or whatever, or Mini. Do I have the Mini? I don't know. What is it? The Mini 3 or the Air? I don't know what I have. I guess I need to look. But I'll take that any day. I mean, You know, it doesn't fly as well in windy conditions because it's smaller, but I mean, it's fine. Like, it does everything I need it to do. So, like, unless if you're really serious about drones, you know, okay, you know, go buy the more expensive stuff. But, like, personally, I'm not. Like, I'm not that serious about them. I just have a drone to be a periscope. Like, if we need to see over the trees real quick, that's really the only reason I have it. So, you know. Well, that stuff about posting to social media with a 107 license is bullshit. I don't know where that rumor came from. I think it came from, like, just photogs on the internet. But posting, the problem is that posting your stuff on social media is not commercial use. It becomes commercial use if you post your photos from your drone to social media and you make any sort of commerce from it or money. But the FAA is not. If the FAA is going to create a case against you, they're going to have to bring it to court. So, like, if you guys want to go take your photos with your drone and post them to social media, go for it. This has been fought. We fought about this back in 2018 when these things became a thing. A lot of these storm chasers, I think, are advertising this to scare others away because they don't want competition. But you absolutely can post to social media. But if you're going to make any sort of money from it, you need your Part 107, which is very easy to get. But there's a lot of, like, misunderstandings with drones. And a lot of people are afraid to get drones because they think they're going to get a fine and stuff. I mean, you guys can go do whatever you want with it. I mean, it's a free country. Keep it out of controlled airspace and don't hit a manned aircraft. That's all we ask. You know, if the FAA calls and gives you a slap on the PP, well, I guess, you know, you did something wrong. But you also have to remember, too, the FAA, the way that they're as an enforcement agency, it's not like the police. They don't just pull you over and write you a ticket and then you go to court. It's not that kind of enforcement. You know, they're going to have a case against you and then bring it forth to a judge and get, you know, orders to do all this stuff. So, like, if you guys go and take a pretty sunset picture, you post it on Facebook and a bunch of people like it and it goes viral, that's not a 107 violation. I think a lot of that came from that Jordan kid going out, because I think some of these storm chasers don't want others to have drones because they think it gives them an edge up. But I'll argue that till I'm blue in the face, because, you know, I've done drones since 2018, and, you know, we argued with this a long time ago, and there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you start making money from it. You know, so, like, if I post something on let's say a platform that I don't have any monetization on, like, I don't know, Twitter. I post something on Twitter, I'm like, wow, look at this photo. Okay, you know, that's fine. You know, if I did, it's all about the intent. If I did that with the drone with the intent to make money or get some sort of commercial benefit from it, well, that's a violation. But if I literally just was flying my drone for funsies, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I'm like, I'm going to post that. It is so cool. I want everybody to see it. Well, that's fine. So a lot of it's the intent, too. That's why you don't see a lot of enforcement violations for 107s go out. Because you have to prove intent. And if the FAA were to lodge a case against someone, they have to prove intent. You know, you are guilty until proven, you know, you are innocent in all matters until proven guilty. So, and that applies to this, too. Like, you've got to have, you know, they have to prove with intent. Now, it's easier to prove intent when you're posting these on monetized platforms for commercial benefit, but, you know, sharing your shit with people on social media, you know, that's not really provable to prove intent of commercial use. But somebody like me, you know, it would be easier to prove, like, well, you've got all these followers, blah, 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 but I'm also not going to have the FAA. I don't have a target on my back because you're not doing anything wrong. If you start doing things wrong, it's going to be different. So I don't know. I never listen to storm chasers. I guess maybe I'm being a hypocrite because I am one, but I never listen to storm chasers when it comes to legalese because they're always half right. But I've been through this, you know, because right when drones came out, it used to be that if you were within so many miles of an airport, you had to get clearance from the airport to fly. So, like, I literally, you know, and I was within so many miles of an airport. They've modified this to make more sense now, but I literally contacted the airport manager. I'm like, hey, what's my workflow to fly my drone? He's like, dude, I don't give a shit. Just don't hit an airplane. I'm like, okay. But it used to be, you know, there were a lot of things, you know, the drone regulations have really changed here over the past 8 to 10 years, and they've gotten so much better. They used to be, we're sliding right through this. My foot's on the brake. Hold on. No, we gotta please stormtrack.org here. We gotta back up to the stop sign. Slid right on through it. All right, you guys ready to count with me? 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3 1000. Okay, we can go now. Some of you get it. But yeah, they've really fixed the drone regulations, because there was a lot of just stupid garbage before. But it's a lot of it's been fixed. And a lot of it wasn't ill intent of the government or the FAA, it was just poorly written laws and regulations, because there was that big boom where everybody got a drone. Just, I don't think anybody expected everybody and their brother to get a drone. But drones are easy to fly too if you get a one with a GPS or a gyro. Like, even if your DJI drone loses GPS signal, I mean, you can still fly it pretty easily with the gyro in it. But yeah, I had a Phantom 3 and a Phantom 4, DJI Phantom 3 and 4. I loved those. Anybody who isn't familiar with them, but they're those big white drones that look like a milk stool. They have the legs. Literally look like a milk stool, like what you would sit on, like a little bar stool. They're freaking huge, but I love that thing. It had a 1-inch sensor on the camera, really good camera, and that thing was so heavy, it didn't get blown around in the wind. And I tell you what, it was freaking cool too, because like it was just this ginormous drone, and I mean you could see that thing for miles, and you could hear that thing coming too. We actually used it as a leaf blower. No joke. We had a bunch of leaves in the driveway at work, and I'm like, you know what? I think I can handle this. And I took the drone and just flew it. Oh God, that sucked. Oh shit, I was supposed to turn there. I took the drone and I flew it like 5 feet off the ground and just like leaf blowed all the leaves off the driveway. It actually, like, that thing moved that much air. That thing was freaking crazy. But it burnt through batteries like hell. You can get, especially these like the DJI Mini and the DJI Air, the batteries last 20-30 minutes. The original drones, like we were getting 10-15 minutes out of a charge if we were lucky. They've come a long way. They've come a long way. The price has come down too. I don't know if anybody's into drones might remember the Holy Stone 4K drone or whatever it was. You used to be able to buy it on Amazon. That's what it was called, the Holy Stone. Some Chinese piece of shit. It was like, seriously, that thing like just had made in China, like Temu stamped all over it. That thing was cheap. But straight shipped from China in a container ship. I mean, my God, just Temu, Wish.com all over it. But that was one of my first drones. That was like $250. That thing was a piece of junk, but it was kind of fun. I mean, because you just fly it into stuff. I actually flew it into the side of the building at work. That thing, it had a GPS, but it didn't work very well, and I couldn't really see it, and I thought it was somewhere else. And I flew at full speed into the side of the wall at work, at the side of the building, and that was the last time that thing ever flew. I'm probably gonna have the FAA, but I think I'm outside of the statute of limitations. But I thought I lost it, guys. I thought I crashed the damn thing into a populated area. I flew the thing over town, and it was within line of sight because it had a little like flashing LED on it. I probably had it, maybe 1,200 feet away at like 300 foot AGL. And then it disconnected. And it had some sort of firmware crash, and the LED light stopped blinking. And I mean, it was legal. I mean, it was within line of sight. And it was starting to get dark out, so you could see the LED. And me and this dude I worked with, we were flying it, and I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck happened? It disconnected from the controller, the phone, everything. I'm like, uh-oh. And I'm just like, this ain't good. And like, we could not reconnect to it. And we're like, well, that thing probably just fell out of the sky. I honestly thought a bird hit it. I'm like, I wonder if I honestly thought, my first thought was a bird hit it and took it down. Well, I tried to connect to it with the drone with the controller for like 10 minutes. And then I looked at my partner, as where his name was Jimmy. I'm like, well, Jimmy, we might have just, crash landed that on somebody's head. Funny thing is, we were, the ambulance responding to that call if that were to happen. I'm like, well, I don't know what to do now. I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to call the FAA and tell them I got a rogue drone or what. But those damn Holy Stone drones, they were known to fly away. Those drones literally would just fly away. And I'm like, well, this is great. So went inside, we started eating dinner. I'm like, well, there's absolutely nothing I can do. 3 hours later, I walked outside to go to my car. There was the drone. It landed itself in the parking lot, just sitting there. So it had some sort of emergency go home feature baked into the firmware that if it totally lost connection, it would come home. So it apparently found its way home and landed where it took off. I'm just like, holy shit. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I opened the door up and it was just sitting right there. I'm like, no freaking way. Because I, honest to God, thought it went down and, like, took out an old lady in a wheelchair or something. Which would not have been good. Take County E, go out to 41, maybe drop south. Screw around in the snow for a little while. Oh shit, that's County E right there. God damn it. Oh, we missed that one. Well, we'll turn around in this driveway. There's a car behind me. We'll let him go by before we pull out. I don't want to freak him out. You got your drone stuck in a tree? I've never done that yet. I've never actually, like, totally crashed a drone. I did run one into my living room window once. The cat was sitting in the window, and I was screwing with the cat. And I'm, because those DJI drones, they have obstacle avoidance. So I'm just like, oh, I'll just, fly at full speed into the window, and it'll stop. Like they dead stop in their tracks when they come up to an obstacle. I'm like, I'll just fly at full speed up to the window, freak the cat out, and it'll just stop midair. Well, I neglected to think, well, that window is transparent. The obstacle avoidance probably doesn't see it. Well, nope, I flew that thing full speed into that window. I'm surprised it didn't shatter the window. I flew the damn thing as fast as it would go into that window, and it never stopped. And then I'm like, oh shit, yep, it didn't see the window because, it's glass. So it's apparently vision-based, not LiDAR-based. But anyway. So yeah, but that thing, the drone, surprisingly, it was the DJI Mavic Pro, and it was unharmed. 100% unharmed, believe it or not. I just recalibrated it, and I replaced one of the Alright, there's nobody behind us, so I'm just going to troubleshoot this real quick. Alright, that should take care of that. Alright, that should take care of that. Let me hold this thing out the window. Ah, shit! There we go. Let me hold this thing out the window for a second. But yeah, sorry about this overheating issue. Normally this is not a problem. But like I said, I don't have that heat sink or the cooling device on here because we're just experimenting and testing. I can't have it on there because I can't get to any of the components. So I'm just holding this out the window. Like every 10 minutes, I'm gonna hold it out the window. Like every 10-ish minutes. And cool it down that way. So just holding it out for a few seconds is plenty. What are you running, Orange Pi or Netson or Nano Jetson? No, I don't use Bellabox. Bellabox is good, but it's not stable enough for what I'm doing because it's not necessarily Bellabox itself. It's just I don't know how to explain it. It works 95% of the time, but it seems like the 5% of the time that stuff doesn't work is when it's hot and you're coming up to a tornado. I think a lot of the issues aren't necessarily with like the Bellabox software itself. It's just the nature of what you're doing. So like if you plug in a travel router and some like USB modems, like it seems like one of them always fails. And you can circumvent that by buying more expensive and better quality like routers and modems and stuff and don't have such problems. And like that Jetson Nano, like that's a really solid device. So is the Orange Pi, but it's the other like peripherals you need. So I just don't screw with it because it would get so expensive to make it like rock solid for what I'm doing. Because like regular people that are just doing regular IRL streams, it's not such a big deal. Because like if the stream has a hiccup, they just stop and deal with it. But I can't because I'm driving down the road and like trying to not get killed by a tornado. If that makes sense. So like I support the Bellabox project for sure, but no, I have a custom setup in here, and I'll explain it more later. But I kind of went into it earlier. But I have a just to receive these remote camera feeds. I have I don't know if it's Radxa, RADXA. It's a Rock. Well, it used to be called Rock Pi, but now it's just Rock. What is that, 5B or whatever? And that's fine for receiving and distributing all these feeds. The problem, and then that gets fed into the encoder and everything. That's just basically a receiver. It just redistributes everything. But I've tried using like a Raspberry Pi. It doesn't have enough balls. It can't do it. But those Rock 5Bs work really well. But I have a case, an aluminum case, with a heat sink and a fan, but I don't have it in the case right now because there's the ground pin on it, the GPIOs. I've got some other stuff on it, like there's a sensor on it, that senses ambient temperature, so it knows, what to do here with like fans and everything. And basically, if the box itself gets too hot, the enclosure gets too hot, it'll actually lower the quality of the streams automatically to like help with thermals. A lot of different stuff on it, and I've been trying to move some of these jumper pins around to make them do different things, so I just can't have it in the box right now. So and everything's fine. So once I go home, I'll put it in the box and it won't be an issue. But I just have to keep holding it out the window here to cool it down. But I like the Orange Pi board myself. That Orange Pi 5B or whatever it is. They work really well for what they are, but just I can't do the whole Bella Box thing. I know there's a lot of Storm Chasers out there that eat, sleep, and breathe Bella Box, but it's not stable enough. The live view is, but the live view is clunky and cumbersome. So we've actually got some software that I'm not gonna plaster everywhere what it is, but some stuff that I helped develop that I think is gonna be really helpful, that manages thermals on devices better. So we can use stuff. I don't know if anybody's ever seen like a YOLO box. Google YOLO box. Something similar to that, but runs on like a tablet and actually can handle thermals. But that's the problem. The difference between IRL streamers that can just use like a phone with a Bella Box and like 2 connections or something versus what I'm doing, because everything gets so stinking hot in the car. Like if I just put a phone in the windshield, it's overheating in 5 minutes just from the direct sunlight. So you've got to have an action camera or a camcorder, so like a GoPro or a DJI Osmo Action or whatever, because they're made to handle the heat. Even a camcorder handles the heat better. The phones just overheat. There's just not enough heat sinking. So it's just, I wish it was easier, but it's not. But yeah, the Bella Box it's a good system. It's just not, I don't know, not something that works for what I'm doing. It's hard to stream in these like intense environments. It really is. But I will tell you, the first revision of any sort of like rock solid streaming that I ever did that was wireless was running an RTMP server on on Raspberry Pi. So I took a Raspberry Pi 4. Yeah, I put it in a little 3D printed case with a fan, and that kept it pretty cool. It kept it within check. And that thing ran Nginx, and it would basically receive the RTMP. It had a travel router connected to it. It would receive the RTMP feed from the GoPro and then retransmit it to my server with a little AT&T USB modem that was plugged into it for data. And the reason I had to do that was because if you live stream from a GoPro directly, oops, hold on, I'm going to do a low data zone there. Make sure we came back from that. If you stream from a GoPro directly, every time it loses data or a cell connection, it resets, and then you got to go log back into it and start the stream over. So every time you hit a data zone, and that could be, you can hit 10 data zones in 1 mile, Every time you hit a stinking data zone, you got to go and restart it. It's a pain in the ass. So to buffer that, I basically used the Pi as a server. So basically it always thought it had a connection, and then the Pi would just relay that. The problem was RTMP over mobile networks is crap. We talked about why that's crap earlier. You can go back and listen to it, but it's crap. It's useless for the most part. So, but I definitely did roll with that setup for quite some time. It was a pain in the ass, cumbersome, but I'll tell you what, it was better than nothing. Because I need to be mostly wireless, Use the LiveView 800s. What do you use them for? Yeah, I've got a Solo Pro. I've got a Solo and a Solo Pro. I do not like the Solos. I don't know if you've got any experience with the Solos, but I've always had problems with those stupid things. Like, it's like you have to reboot them every few hours. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a thermal issue or what, but I've actually tried modifying them. Like, I had a Solo that I opened up and unplugged the battery, and that helped with thermals big time. But the issue that I've always had with those stinking LiveView, the regular Solos, was they would just like freeze or say there's no connection even though they have a connection. But the Solo Pro, the new Solo Pro, or the new Solo Pro, whatever, those things work really well. They're just clunky and cumbersome. I can't have a camera plugged into it and get out of the car with it, Unless I want to do like wireless HDMI, but then you're getting cumbersome because you got to put that on the camera, and then the camera's got to have that freaking Sony like F-series battery on it, and it's just, it gets to be too much. But yeah, I like the LiveView ecosystem because I really think they fixed a lot of problems with the Solo Pro. But yeah, Bellabox is better now too. It's a lot better. Now, because it used to be that you had to run it on Jetson Nano, which was fine, but now they support like the Orange Pi. And the Orange Pi, I think it's pretty stable on there. But I tell you, that developer he's smart. He should charge money for that. But I would say it's pretty comparable to like my LiveView, my Solo Pro. It's just the problem, like I said, that I had was always the peripherals. Like, I never used it for production, but I've experimented with it. And like, your USB modems love to overheat, and then you got to unplug them, plug them back in, reboot the stupid thing. You know, it wasn't really always anytime the Bellabox issue, it was always the peripherals. And you could probably circumvent or solve that by getting higher quality modems, like those Inseego, those USB 88 modems. Those are good. Really good, but they're freaking expensive. You know, $200 for a USB stick, and you know, if I put those on there in a better travel router to actually receive the wireless feed, probably would have been fine. But I don't know. That's the problem with this stuff, is it's all experimental, and you got to blow so much money just trying to figure out what works. You run out of money just trying to figure it out. But I am a fan of the LiveView ecosystem myself. Hopefully someday we'll have such good cell networks we won't have to worry about it. We just use a cell phone. But we'll drop south toward Green Bay. See what it's like. Winter storm warnings remain in effect, but not a whole lot happening here, to be honest with you. But I will tell you, I gave up on wireless HDMI transmitters a long time ago. Like those Hollyland Mars, or Hollyland, whatever Mars. Those are good transmitters. The cheap ones were kind of junk, but if you got the, what are they, like $600 for the TX and RX, which I mean really isn't that bad considering the price of cameras, you know. But so I've got a set of the higher end Hollyland Mars ones, but you've got to put that what I hate about them is you got to put that stupid battery pack on. Like, it's the Sony, what is it, the F-series battery or whatever. That thing's huge, so you got to put that on there. So by the time you mount the transmitter on your camcorder, and then you put that battery on top of it, you get this giant monstrosity of a rig. I hate that. If they could put a built-in battery on those Hollyland transmitters, even if it only lasted 30 minutes, that would be fine for like what I'm doing, because you just get back in the car and you plug it in. But it's just too cumbersome. But I just gave up on those damn transmitters for that reason. Like, I couldn't find a way to make it smaller. Even if you run it off like a phone, like a USB battery pack, and then do like a like a USB, you know, power delivery input into it, it's too much. It sucks. You know, like what I tried doing was attaching one of those to a GoPro with a media mod with a little handheld tripod. And the damn thing, it was so off balance, it would just pull the GoPro. It would just knock the tripod over. But if you mounted it up on top of the media mod, like on top, it was fine, but you were always bumping it into shit and it would get caught on stuff. But then again, you had that giant battery pack on there. So what I think would be cool is if GoPro, or probably DJI, they'll probably be the ones to do it, would come out with an ecosystem where it's like wireless over Wi-Fi or something. So instead of this RTMP bullshit excuse for live streaming, maybe like, I don't know, some sort of, you know, wireless, you know, HDMI over Ethernet type protocol, some sort of wireless transmission back to like a little piece of hardware. Like, you know, you buy the DJI, this, that, whatever, you buy a little receiver with an antenna on it that's got HDMI out, you know, USB out, so you can do like UVC webcam mode. and, you know, gives you like 3 to 400 foot of range, and then build that natively into the camera, I think that'd be awesome. And I don't know why they don't, because they totally could. They totally could. They could even get away with it by just doing it RTMP even. Just make it basically an RTMP to HDMI receiver. Or RTMP to UVC receiver type thing. And then just, you know, basically use RTMP protocol from the camera back to the receiver. You could just do it over its own Wi-Fi. It would still get 300, 400, 500 feet of range. Easily. I wish they would. Just sell the little piece of hardware. They'd make a bunch of money. DJI will probably be the ones to do it, though. Hold on, I gotta cool this thing off. Gotta hold it out the window. But yeah, DJI will probably be the ones to do it. If they do it. Alrighty, well that should give us another 10 minutes here. Megahertz. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, I just wish that we had more stuff available that we could buy when it comes to live streaming. You got to build everything, which is fun, but it's really a hassle. I will not talk, well, I won't disclose what's on the roof and rotates, because number one, that camera, it's nothing against anybody in the audience by any means, but I don't go and talk about it because I don't mean to be spiteful, or I don't know if that's the right word, but folks, I was the first one to start putting graphics on screen when it came to storm chasing. Well, no, well, Nathan Moore was, but I was the first one to do it on YouTube and in this capacity. Then people started doing that. I was the first one to do the multi-cameras. As soon as I did that, there came other people. First one to do the roof camera, besides Daniel, you know, and then everyone started doing that. Honestly, I feel like every time I do something, everybody else does it, and then they take credit for it. So I just don't talk about it too much, but I will tell you it is a custom solution. I did not buy that spinning mount, and it is way better than anything commercial you're gonna buy. Daniel, I kind of to be a hypocrite, I kind of stole that from Daniel. But you know, Daniel was kind of chief engineer on that, but he had it set up in a different way, and then I kind of modified it, and then in turn he kind of took my design too. So I stole his design, and then he stole what I did with it. And I don't mean he actually stole, like we kind of worked with each other on this. Like it's just, you know what I mean? It was definitely a collaboration, but this is a rock solid system. And it costs like $30 in parts. So if it breaks, gets hit by, well, not the camera, but the mount that spins. If it breaks, gets hit by hail, no big deal. Just pop in a new system, you know. I don't want to go buy a $4,000 camera, put it up there, and then have it get destroyed. That would be stupid, you know. Well, you see these news stations, you know, Channel 9 and all this crap, they're running around with these like $10,000 cameras on the roof. It's like, yeah, that's going to be fun first time it hits a tree branch. But I have to get that into the stream. I have to convert that off of SDI, but yeah, and you know what, it's good that everybody's innovating. It's just, and I don't really have a problem with others doing what I do. It's just more so like, I feel like sometimes there's people out that literally are just set out to do everything I do in the order that I do it. And it's like, I kind of get this feeling, it's like, you know, if you want to go do something cool, like, go do it. Just do it on your own, like, so you have something to be proud of. Just don't rip people off. I guarantee you, there's a couple YouTube channels I know aren't going to do it. They're probably nobody that you guys watch, because it's most people that have a subscriber base and a viewer base don't copy everybody and don't rip other people off, because they don't want themselves ripped up. But you see this, like this weather alert graphic we've got on screen, give it about 2 weeks, there's going to be a couple people that are going to have it. You probably don't even watch them because you probably never even heard of them, but it's it's flattering, I appreciate it, but at the same time, like, go do something original, you know? Like, do something different. Like, don't be a carbon copy. Otherwise, like, that's boring. Nobody wants a carbon copy. I don't even know what I'm on. We're going to go into Green Bay and then evaluate from there. Don't have a lot going on out here, do we, guys? Make sure you subscribe, though, because we haven't streamed for a long time. It does help out the channel. It's free. You can be a channel member, or you can go in the YouTube chat at the top there. I pinned ways you can help the channel as well. You can go to our website, find out info there. But no, my next big focus here is audio, and that's why we're testing. Hold on a second. And that's why I'm really testing out this audio. Make sure you subscribe, though, because we haven't streamed. Hold on, so you're going to get an echo for a second because I want to monitor this. You can be a channel member, or you can go in the YouTube chat at the top there and pin ways you can help. Yeah, and I'm so much happier with this audio, because audio is a big thing, because nobody wants to listen to crappy audio. Brady, I've got like 9 cats. You're gonna need a few more. I can tell that's Brady behind that account because it's talking about getting cats. It's definitely Brady. Got the keyboard there on that one. Yeah, I got way more cats than that, dude. You're gonna have some catching up to do. Shit, you'll be out here chasing before too long. I can't believe it, guys. It's February. Like, it's almost May again. Starting to get into a little more snow on the road again. Daniel will be here soon. Yeah, that's true. We can. That means almost every storm chase you guys get to hear about how funny he is. And all of his timing jokes. Yeah, we're almost to storm season, or convective storm season, you know, severe weather season, folks. We're almost there. We didn't really have much of a Dixie season yet. Usually we're all over the Gulf Coast by now. Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico, I don't give a shit. If I call it Gulf of Mexico, then I have people saying that I'm stupid for not calling it Gulf of America. If I call it Gulf of America, then people say I'm stupid for not calling it Gulf of Mexico. So, I don't know. I piss people off either way, so I'm just going to call it the Gulf of Disappointment. Because I'm disappointed that this is even an issue. Like, we've got so many problems in our world, and this is the issue. Like, really? But anyway, so yeah, normally we're along the coast of the Gulf of Disappointment this time of year, but it hasn't really happened much. But we actually might have some severe weather coming up next week. It's very vague on the models. It's not really locked in yet, but there's some signals, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start getting more of an active period down there. I don't really look at models that much, guys. I really don't. I don't, like, I'm not that, I'm into weather. Like, I love weather and stuff, but I'm just not into the whole model watching thing. I just don't, Just don't get into it that much. I'm more of like a in the moment kind of person here, so. The golf of who the F cares. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with that. Golf of crybabies. Yeah, Fort Stockton should be coming up soon. I love Fort Stockton. Guys, honestly, seriously, my favorite place, one of my favorite places to chase is like Southwest Texas, like Fort Stockton to Midland area, even all the way up to like Roswell, New Mexico. I love it out there. See a lot of tornadoes out by Fort Stockton. The problem is there's not many roads. Miss being out there. Oh, we got one of these freaking giant like snowplow train things here. Check this out. Nope, not that. Yeah, check that thing out. I'm plowing all the freaking lanes here. Even though there's really nothing to plow, so I'm not quite sure what that's doing right now, but... we'll pass. Got plenty of lane here. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot to plow right now, so I'm kind of... But hey, whatever. Gotta get some hours in here this winter. Haven't been many. Yeah, there's a lot of elevated structures on this stretch of interstate, or whatever this is. So you kind of got to be careful. It gets really slippery really fast. That's a huge... I missed the flag. Oh, it's back. I see it in my mirror. There it is. Looks like maybe some heavier snow down by Oshkosh now too, so maybe we should head down there. Probably could head south. I mean, honestly, guys, it's not going to get any better or worse. Maybe we should just head down south a little farther. Hold this damn thing out the window again. People behind me probably think I'm about to throw something at them. we're good again for a few minutes. Meet up with somebody here real quick and see if we got a gas station at this exit or not. Is this what I want? Yeah, this is it.
Head southwest, then use the right lane to take the Wisconsin 172 East ramp. Use the right lane to take the Wisconsin 172 East ramp.
No, I'm
Continue
fine.
on
Thanks,
Wisconsin
Google.
172 East for 1 mile. Head southwest. In a quarter mile, merge onto Airport Drive. In half a mile, turn right onto Babcock Road.
A crappy gas station right there.
At the light, turn right onto Babcock Road, then turn left onto North Road. Continue on Airport Drive for half a mile.
Gone through almost a half a tank already. Wow. Okay. Oh, that surprises me. Yeah, we'll stop and take a break for a
400
second
feet,
here.
turn
Oh
right
shit,
onto
that's not the
Comanche Avenue.
son of a. It's just the
Turn
wrong
right
driveway.
onto Comanche Avenue.
No semis, no turnaround. Well, guess what? Not a semi, but I'm turning around. Sorry. No, I run into Aiden. Oh, there he is. I got a radio for him.
Turn right onto Airport Drive.
Are you going back to the old side?
Yeah, I gotta get more material.
Okay, you can scrape on the way there. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, this is pretty lame, ain't it? It's like nothing happening. Alright, Google, I think you can actually route me where I need to go this time. Freaking truck. F1 Tacos on its way. Anybody else call them the F-150s? Anyone else call them F1 Tacos? Anybody know why?
Continue on Airport Drive for half a mile.
Always called those trucks F1 Tacos ever since like middle school. Is that a thing anywhere else, or is that just a Wisconsin thing? That might have just been an inside joke in high school, I don't know.
Use the right lane to take the US 41 South ramp to Deper. Use the right lane to take the US 41 South ramp, then slide right onto the US 41 South ramp. Slide right onto the US 41 South ramp, then merge onto I-41.
Well, yeah, they are junk, I get that, but... I mean, well, I shouldn't say that all F-150s are junk. There's definitely better and worse years of them, that's for sure, but... The reason I'm not a huge Ford guy, even though like that's what I've always had, but I'm not a huge Ford person because they have so many little problems. So many little problems. It's like their quality control sucks.
Continue on I-41 for 20 miles.
Honestly, guys, all new cars are kind of shitty, so... Yeah, well, we're just going to drive straight down through, like, Oshkosh and stuff, I think. Because there's heavier snow down that way, so we'll just drive through it. I mean, there's really not... I mean, this is Wisconsin. You know, it's only a couple of inches of snow in Wisconsin here. This isn't, like, earth-shattering breaking news here, so... Go down through like Appleton. Oh boy. Yeah, if you're watching this and you're not subscribed to the channel, you've got to subscribe. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but it'd be appreciated. Or follow on Twitter. If you are actually just watching this on one platform, you know, we exist on multiple platforms, so go follow everywhere. Especially X. X kind of is like my main platform when it comes to social media updates. But Facebook, X, TikTok, we got plans for TikTok, just haven't gotten there yet. Instagram, I try to only put like good photos on Instagram, so that doesn't really get updated very often. That's really mainly only like a storm season thing, you know. I'm actually surprised that we have a winter storm warning for this, because this isn't like winter storming right now. I mean, this is not eventful, guys, at all. But hey, we're out here. I mean, you don't know unless you try. Yeah, so the key to having an enjoyable time on X, guys, is just blocking a bunch of crappy people. So I just went and blocked a bunch of people that are like mean. Even if they're not like mean to me, if they're just mean to each other, I just go and block them. I've probably got like thousands of people blocked. And once you start like cleaning it up and just blocking all these like nasty accounts, then it's like so much more enjoyable. You just got to put a lot of work in. I'm not kidding, guys. I spent like 5 hours, okay, well, a good solid 2 to 2.5 hours a couple weeks ago just blocking. I just put a lot of work into it. Oh yeah, it'll always be Twitter. Deep down. So yeah, we do have, well, we're between Green Bay and Appleton. We do have snow falling, but it's not disrupting travel yet. There is heavier snow if you look in Radar Omega down there by Oshkosh, which is maybe a half hour south of us yet. We'll get there. I mean, we'll get there while there's still heavy snow. That's why I'm dropping south, because I almost think some of the heavier snow is going to be outside of the winter storm warning, at least for the short term. But we're going to be winding this event down before too long. Like I said, guys, this is not a long duration event. I mean, this thing's going to be out of here by 3 or 4 p.m. It's almost 11, so starting to get a little bit of a south push on that. On that snow. I haven't seen any updates out of the weather service here. Yeah, we're getting into heavier snow the farther south we go here on 41. For sure. I want to reboot this mic. I just want to check the battery level here in percent. 1 second here. Should be back on the camera mic now. Hold on. Okay. 80% still. That's pretty good. Very happy. Alright, we'll see how the autofocus... Guy, let me know if the autofocus starts going stupid with this. I can lock focus on it, but I don't remember how, so I may have to actually stop and Google it. Probably due to cool this thing down. Hang on. Dropped Wi-Fi, I wonder why. It's weird. I wonder if I touched a button I wasn't supposed to. It's working. That's weird. I must have hit a button or something.
Welfare check in 3800 West College Avenue for a subject sleeping in the bush outside the hotel. Size 10 unit. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. We'll stream for a little while out here. Once we get past Appleton, we actually cross back into winter weather advisory territory. But there's definitely heavier snow falling there right now. Yeah, I'm kind of glad we came this way. I was thinking about just making another pass back toward Wausau. Now, there is some heavier snow about to pass between, like, Wausau and Green Bay on that highway we were on, but I don't know. I mean, this is a decent amount of snow, but it's just not a big deal up here for Wisconsin, you know? Yeah, the, like, 511 traffic website suggests that nothing's really that bad anywhere. Fond du Lac's getting snowed on pretty hard. They're not in any sort of advisory at all.
I'll be touching the tree at 41 at Main, which is our input for it. I don't know if it's going to go there.
Visibility is definitely going down. Appleton. So yeah, we'll be streaming for a while here. Because I guess probably just go down and get on 151. I need to go to the frickin' Apple store, but I don't think I want to do that today. Alright, let me cool this down again. Great.
You're like nausea and sweaty, and we're like so they're about 20 minutes out before landing. TJ is to a 1050 PO. It's going to be two separate. I'll be handling one, and I'll be handling the other.
There's like not even anything on the road, which really surprises me. There's not something on the road.
County Greenville first responder.
Any minute now, we actually should hit some heavier snow. Any minute now.
Attention, engine 40. Responding for an odor complete at 757 Terrace Ave, across streets of Mission and Earl in the city of Fox Crossing. RP will be home in approximately 5 minutes to meet you there. Com center standing by 1101.
So you're driving home, you call an ambulance to meet you at home, but you're driving, you're not home yet. Just drive to the hospital. Shit. It's like a pretty obvious solution to that problem to me. Now it's snowing pretty good. Almost looks like it's starting to stick to the road again here too. Especially in that left lane. Makes sense too, with someone in the chat saying it's almost a whiteout down there in Oshkosh, so that makes sense. Kind of that same portion of the band of snow here that we're in almost. I see the stream automatically flipped over to the winter weather advisory graphics. That's good. I'm glad that's working. It's hard to come up with colors for all of them. I wanted a different color for every type of like warning or watch, but there's just not enough colors. So, because we support all products, even like dense fog advisory and tornado watch, hurricane watch, flash flood, snow squall, all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, there's not enough colors. So everything that's if it's like a tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch and it's yellow, I think winter storm and any sort of winter warning, like an ice storm warning, lake effect warning, blizzard warning, they're that ugly yellow brown color. If it's some sort of an advisory, it's this purple color. I think tornado warnings are bright red, severe thunderstorm warnings are bright red, flash flood warnings are bright green. I think winter weather watches are blue. And then if it's like some fluff thing like a cold watch or a freeze watch or special weather statement, I think it's just light gray, I think. But yeah, I ran out of colors, so I really had to kind of start grouping them in categories. Now we're getting some snow sticking over there in the passing lane, so might be getting back into it here.
41 southbound and double G, I reported a 2-vehicle accident. One of them is blocking lane 1. I'm just entering right now.
I'm gonna sneak over in this lane.
22, I got reported on south on a double G. Transport blocking lane 1. And
Road's got a little snow on it, but it's still in good shape. Where you got to be real careful on these bridges and stuff, because this is kind of that transition where stuff starts to freeze over again, and then the bridge gets super freaking slippery, even though the road isn't. A lot of these parts of these highways in this area are elevated. They're raised and stuff.
County's requested another for traffic direction WH and UU 376. Over.
Yeah, this is, I'd say we're down to visibility of like maybe half a mile now. It's definitely coming down harder. But not gonna, I don't expect too much for issues, because, you know, again, it is Saturday. It's really not that many. It's not like, I don't know, it's just Saturday mornings doesn't seem like are usually that terrible busy anyway, you know.
Last two ladies, the one in the green and the other one, those are the last two, so you can clear.
What the fuck's going on here?
Okay.
I guess we're just stopping in the middle of the road. That's cool.
Center attack 1 is available, attack 1.
Oh, there's a snowplow up here? I don't know what's going on. Put the damn lights on, though. I don't want to get rear-ended. Hope I got my Storm Chaser license to put my lights on.
No, bye.
The last couple should be coming by you soon, too.
I don't know, there's a plow sitting up here. I don't know if it broke down or what. Well, there's a van sideways in the middle of the road up here. I don't know if there's police. If there's police, I'm not stopping, but...
Just so you know, traffic's pretty backed up on 41 southbound.
Oh, now cops are right behind me, so... Alright, we won't stop. There's like 3 cops right behind me, so... Oh, you might want to stop. Hang on. If there's no obvious injuries, we'll... Okay, you're parking there? That's fine, you park there.
Yeah, on Mar, either at 4th or 5th, caller was. Adam, George, 7861.
Alright, should be okay now. Sorry about that, guys. That damn thing overheated again, but no, I didn't stop. There was like 3 cops behind me, and they can handle traffic. There were no injuries at that accident, clearly. I mean, the people were standing outside, standing there, so there's no reason to stop. Like, if the police wouldn't have been there, we would have stopped, but there's absolutely no reason to. So I have to say that, otherwise people on Twitter start stuff saying, "Oh, you don't stop. You pass more on the right than the left." Yeah, no
XL
kidding.
Auto, ETA 20.
M4 322 is actually just fell down the scene a little while ago with it.
Well, that guy might be in the ditch soon.
Southbound just north of Double G, George. Blocking lane 1.
I'm gonna cool this down a bit again.
Go ahead.
41, you guys get total available. Here's the vehicle, where's the deal installed?
I copy. Engine 41 will be available. Comm center returning.
Jesus Christ, people are freaking flying out here. What the frick? That, and it also seems like you pass someone and a few miles later they're riding in your blind spot. My God, trust me, I feel that. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I'll probably, I'm going to get off at Fond du Lac here and drive around a bit. I don't think I'm going to drag this out too long, because it kind of looks like this is going to start to, I don't want to say crap out, but I didn't expect this event to really go past much 2 or 3 p.m., and we're actually going to be out of the winter weather advisory here soon. But I don't know, we'll play it by ear. Go at least another 40, 45 minutes or so, I think, for sure. Icy bridge ahead. Yeah, probably this one. I don't know. It seems to be in okay shape. They're probably dumping salt on it, looks like. Oh, man. But yeah, we got, I mean, we're getting snow accumulating on the interstate here with all these cars on it, so, I mean, that's saying something. I mean, honestly, guys, I would actually like to stream longer, but we run into this problem where, especially this part of the state, you kind of run out of real estate, because you go east, which is the direction you probably have to go, you run into the lake, so... I also had to get up at like 3:30 this morning to get out here and do this too. A little late. I was actually a little late to the party. Should have been up a little bit earlier, but I wasn't getting up at 2 o'clock for some snow. Not for 6 inches of snow. Hey, thanks for your super chat. Hey, nice to... shit. Have I, I know you've been in the chat, but I haven't, I don't know, it just feels like I haven't seen your username come across for a while, but I know you were just in here the other day, so I was going to say long time no see, but it's not true. You were just in here the other day. Got a lot of the regulars in here apparently today, looks like. Yeah, today's not what I would call a major event, honestly, guys. If this wasn't 2 hours from home, I probably wouldn't even be out here. I'm just out here because it's so damn close to home. It's like, well, shit, why not, you know? Yeah. Beep, beep, beep.
26, County Road N toward Rosendale.
Oh, not Rosendale. Gross. Sliding a little bit there. Jeez. Oh, shut up.
Super sure, Biggie Street.
In a half mile, take exit 113 for Wisconsin 26, County Road N toward Rosendale.
Wait a minute. What's it trying to... Oh, it wants to take me down 26. It's because I got something else put in. I was going to say, why would I
Take
get off
exit
the highway?
113.
Nope, not going that way. Not doing Rosendale. Yeah, Rosendale's where I think the cop actually retired. But Rosendale's where you literally get pulled over for doing 23 miles an hour in a 25. I'm not joking. Seriously, Google it. Google Rosendale, Wisconsin speed trap. You will literally get pulled over for the speed limit.
Top for sure, Biggie Street.
Yep, gotta love Rosendale.
Sure, Biggie Street, go ahead.
Did Mount Calvary Fire arrive on scene at the lockout?
Affirmative, they just cleared a couple minutes ago.
10-4. You can put me on that and then clear out fast too, please.
Top for sure, Biggie Street. Sheriff 157, go ahead.
22.
Top for Sheriff 157.
That's what 24 now. They're walking up now. Last one.
Christ, this guy's in a hurry.
must be loaded on tanker.
I'll be clear status 2, and can you put me back on that custody complete? I'll be en route to 135 Ellis Street again.
Yeah, I'm only doing about 50 right now. Roads are okay, though. I mean, there's some crappy spots, but they're fine. For the most part. There's enough cars on the road right now. If there weren't, you know, if this was at night or there weren't as many cars on the road, it'd probably be a different story. But when you get enough cars on the road, it kind of keeps it broken up enough, you know.
5048.
348 going. That's 348.
Yeah, no more winter weather advisory. It's just a regular snow here. I'm actually really surprised that there's no winter weather advisory here because this is impactful snow. I'm really surprised that they didn't extend that farther south, like down toward Beaver Dam. They honestly could have actually probably included like all the counties all the way down to Dane County, so like, you know, which is Madison. So like they could have basically done everything from, you know, Madison, Oconomowoc over to Milwaukee north of there. Like they could have done like Dodge County and stuff like that. I'm surprised that they didn't. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To me, this seems like winter weather advisory criteria, but apparently not. I don't know. I don't actually know what the criteria is for winter weather advisory specifically. I know it varies from office to office, but I assume it's just anything that impacts travel. But
Yeah, I'm just reading it right now on the 76.
Vanguard and Melody Lane for a lockout at a residence. Time out 11:30. Street Viking Drive for a house lockout.
well, I can't get over for this guy because this dipshit was in my blind spot, but whatever. Send the fire department for a house lockout.
0864 X 600864.
We used to just call a handyman or a guy with a pry bar.
go ahead. Telephone at 44, where are you going to need me?
Hold on, better put this out the window again.
Robert, first name is Logan, Thomas Spelling, middle A as in Adam, female white, date of birth 0829-2002, 82902.
Alright, coming into Fond du Lac now.
I couldn't copy the unit that was responding.
805 will be in route.
10-4. It actually sounds like they're going to be on the just west of 41. They hit the guardrail while on 41 with the exit.
10-4.
And our highway department is aware of the damage.
Let's go out Highway 23 here for a minute. Go get off at 23 and go east for a little bit, and come make a loop.
I'll be at the PD doing follow-up on it. 10-4-7-25.
Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, I'm kind of partial on today. I feel like it maybe is overperforming in some areas, but
Yeah, copy, nothing.
like the snow right now, guys, is so spread out. It's spread. It's, you know, one area it starts dumping and then it lightens up and then it starts dumping in another area. Like you can't really chase this stuff down. This is just not a blockbuster snow event here, but I don't know. I'm still glad I came out for it.
Overdose at 217 North South Street, Cross Street and West Short Street. Time out 11:36.
Shit, I was supposed to get off there. God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, we'll get off of the next one.
10-4, but 546.
That was accidental. That's perfect. Thank you now. Fine, it's perfect. That's what it is, right?
What's that? What is it?
Alright, we'll just flip around and then go back up to whatever road. I guess I can take this. We'll just, because I basically want to go through town and then go out 45,
10-4 North 46.
which turns into 23. Just a little bit here. I just want to see what it's like off the interstate.
Send on paper through their states that you asked me to run them through.
10-4, and I'll have one last one out of Illinois.
I'll just go through town.
Copy 555.
You want to reassign me to that Bell Street Coffee Room?
That's what I say for a night.
Christ, that's an old ass car there. Freaking Oldsmobile from like 1996. Yeah, today just isn't what it was supposed to be. I mean, like I said, it was initially kind of advertised as a pretty big snowstorm. It really did look like, you know, 1 to 2 feet, well, 1 to 1.5 feet of snow in like Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, that's going to be interesting, but things definitely changed. But, you know, it's like someone mentioned in the chat earlier, I haven't looked at it much, but I have seen quite a bit of talk about some sort of snow event in like the Kansas City-ish area, give or take. I mean, we're talking maybe like, I think Tuesday, Wednesday time period. So when I say Kansas City, I mean that very loosely. I mean, it could be west of there, east of there, south of there, I don't know, but just in that general area. Wichita to Kansas City, maybe, I don't know. But so that might be actually our next thing.
Jet 3, please mark us on the north bell call. Mark us on scene.
But yeah, we'll go for another like 10 minutes here, and then we'll probably shut her down. There's just not a whole lot going on. And it's lunchtime, I guess. There is some heavier snow that's going to move through just north of Madison, but like I said, it's just not anything that as you guys are seeing, we're just not getting really any impacts out of this. We don't even have any weather alerts in effect for this area. Okay, so I see how this guy drives. He has no problem pulling out in front of me when I have the right of way, but wants to spend 6 minutes at a stop sign. Okay.
Dispatch copies.
City 70 stat check. Simple. 10-4-3-70.
Yeah, before we end though, make sure you guys subscribe and like the video. Subscribing's free.
He just got an update on his
So is
call. It's
liking.
going to be 30 minutes out. Is there a CSO that's available? Or I can stick here.
Alright, well you got a stop sign, dudes. I don't know why you're trying to inch up on me there. Jesus Christ, dude, frickin' stay on your side of the road.
To the guardrail in that area.
Alright, let's try to not mow these people down.
I didn't check out on 41 yet, but this vehicle definitely has significant damage to the right side and front.
Cover.
There's some chick like making an ice sculpture. It's kind of randomly in the middle of the sidewalk, but whatever, I guess. Really took the scenic route here. Fast Taco. That's the new one.
Donald advised the RP was actually the highway department. It was called in by one of their plows. They're going to double check their records to see if they were out with it earlier today and give us a call back.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we'll go out here to the east side of town and probably kill it then, the stream.
Right.
I just, like I said, I mean, we can drive around all day, but this is just a snow shower now at this point. Even up where we were, like between Wausau and Green Bay, like that's not even very heavy anymore. There is a heavier pocket of snow you can see on Radar Omega there, like southwest of Shawano. That's kind of been hanging out up there for a while.
That was out loose running around. Ongoing issue. They believe the owner's black and white house near the corner.
Looking at like the, DOT website, there's really not much, like, there's a couple of like snow covered roads, but they're all like township road or like, county roads. There's really nothing problematic. Not that I really expected anything. Honestly, this has performed better than I expected. I really kind of thought today was going to be just total crap. You know, I mean, just look at the title, you know, so. I thought today was going to be crap, but this wasn't too bad. I actually kind of figured, too, we'd probably be wrapping up around lunchtime, which is what it is.
Lieutenant is asking about the progress of getting the vehicle moved. Their deputies advised they've had quite a few close calls for vehicles hitting them.
We'll be probably clearing in the next 5 minutes. I'm just getting the other passengers into the vehicle in particular.
Definitely.
What the fuck? Jeez, I thought that truck on the left was just gonna go right on through. Holy shit. Didn't even look like he was looking either. Freaking red light.
Yeah, bro.
City Fighter.
City Fighter.
City 2.
Okay, it's not back open.
I'll give him a call.
10-4353.
See what these county roads are like real quick. Just for the sake of knowing.
The highway is back open at Double G. Campfire.
Take Highway K for a loop here. I don't know, I'm just curious if it's piling up at all on any of these side roads. Oh shit, I guess I can't turn. I thought I could turn left. So I go up one.
Share 53.
Alright, held that out the window again, so we should be good. Yeah, just first impressions of the county highway here doesn't look that great. Doesn't look like there's really anything accumulating on it either. This wasn't really like a long-term thing down here, you know, like up in Wausau and everything, it snowed prior to the sunrise, and down here it was kind of more of a short burst of snow, so I didn't really expect it to accumulate too much.
Drive.
You can change it to a standby. I'll be 76 to that address.
Yeah, there are a lot of roundabouts in Wisconsin. I think we've actually got the most roundabouts out of any state.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Golf Course Drive. Turn left onto Golf Course Drive. Continue on Golf Course Drive for 2 miles.
Yeah, give it like 2 hours and this entire event will probably be over. Let's see, if we look at like La Crosse radar on Radar Omega, like, I don't know, there's still a decent amount of snow to come through. So this might keep up. Still not snowing in southern Wisconsin. Well, exactly, yeah, there is quite a bit of drier. Some of that snow on radar isn't making it to the ground, which we witnessed that earlier, you know, when I started the stream, when we were heading up toward Wausau. It took like we had to get like 10 miles into the precipitation to actually get it to fall. You know, a lot of that was not making it to the ground, so I would not be surprised if a lot of that snow on radar isn't even happening at the ground, at least in the lighter precipitation areas.
We were able to pop the door open for the homeowners. All the internet units are going to be.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto US 151 South. Turn left onto US 151 South.
Bunch of cars coming. Okay, I guess it was just one. For some reason it looked like a bunch of them.
Continue on US 151 South for 1.5 miles.
1028 to Illinois.
Go on.
WE Edward X-Ray 48050. Edward X-Ray 48050. Looks like you just run off.
10-4.
Urban 551, unit calling dispatch, could you 10-9?
546 to 531 on this unit. Call on your attention for what this does. I'm on the phone with Green Lake at the moment. They're figuring out what they're doing.
In half a mile, take the Wisconsin 23 Johnson Street exit.
I don't know, folks. It's been fun. If you haven't, we do have a Discord server. It doesn't cost anything. If you're
Wisconsin 23 exit,
if you're a
then
channel
take the ramp
member,
to Wisconsin
you can actually
23
get
west.
access to like members only channels on Discord, but you don't have to be a member. But you can get in on that for free, and there is a link to that on the website, seethestorm.net. I probably don't advertise that as much as I should.
Take the ramp to Wisconsin 23 west.
So we'll be wrapping it up here in just a minute. There just ain't much happening.
Continue on Wisconsin 23 west for 4 miles.
Which is kind of, I mean, what I expected here. Didn't expect a blockbuster winter storm here. That's why I really meant that when I said if this was, 5, 6, 7 hours from home, I definitely wouldn't have driven out for it. Just wouldn't have been a reason to. But being 2 hours away from home, how can you not? Alright folks, that's going to be about it for me. I appreciate everyone watching though. I would expect, you know, maybe the next live stream to potentially be like Tuesday, Wednesday time frame. Somewhere in there. I don't know. I'll look more at the models and stuff tomorrow when it, you know, get a little bit closer here. See if I can figure out what the hell to do. Also looks like maybe, might be a long shot, but maybe some severe weather returning later next week. If not, definitely after that, it looks like a more active pattern. So it's going to get a little more active here. We just had kind of that 2-week period where nothing happened. Not used to that. But thanks again, everybody. It was fun. I'll go ahead and shut this down, and we will, I guess, start to get ready for the next one. I'm going to go get lunch. On my way home, we might encounter... Oh, Jesus. We may... Oh, God. Yeah, definitely. We might... Shit, I forgot what the fuck I was saying. Anyway, we're going to head toward home at some point, which will be southwest. So if that starts happening, well, at some point I'll head home. But after lunch, I'll do that. If it's crazy by that time, you know, we got a bunch of snow on the road or something, I will reevaluate my plans. But I think that's about it for the day. I mean, there's really... I mean, if you want to see something like what's happening right now, just Google snow shower stock footage, and it's the same thing. But again, thanks folks. I think that's all I got. Have a good one, everybody, and see you later, whenever that is. I'm not sure how to end this, so just bear with me here. It might take me a second to figure out how to end this here.